you. Good evening, members. Following the resignation of Councillor Derek Green as Mayor of Winchester, Council is invited to elect a Mayor of Winchester for the remainder of the current municipal year 2022-2023. Please may I ask for a nomination? Councillor Cutler?
Well, I will be pleased to nominate Councillor Angela Clear to be Mayor of Winchester.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Chief Executive. We'd have great pleasure in seconding the nomination for Councillor Angela Clear. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Clear is duly elected Mayor of Winchester and the Chairperson of Council for the remainder of the municipal year 2022-2023. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Exec, and thank you, fellow councillors. Very pleased, thank you. So now, may I welcome everyone to this meeting of the Council in the Council Chamber at Castle Hill, Winchester. And welcome especially to members of the public who have submitted questions for Council. Before we start this evening's business, I will now ask for nominations for a Vice Chairperson for this meeting, please.
Madam Mayor, I would like to nominate Councillor Patrick Cunningham.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Madam Mayor, I'd very much like to second Councillor Patrick Cunningham to be your deputy for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Horrell. Are there any other nominations, please? Is that agreed, ladies and gentlemen?
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham, would you like to join me, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the first item of business this evening are the minutes of the previous meetings of the Council. And members, the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 18th of January 2023, which are set out on pages 9 to 20 of your agenda pack. Are these agreed as a correct record, ladies and gentlemen?
Agreed.
Thank you so much. And the next agenda item, disclosures of interest, please. Are there any disclosures of interest to be made regarding the business before us tonight? Thank you. Councillor Todd, thank you.
Yes, I would like to declare a personal non-prejudicial interest as a county councillor, since some of the issues discussed do relate to the work of the County Council.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I wish to declare an interest as a trustee of Hampshire Cultural Trust, and therefore when we come to the vote on the budget, I will be obviously abstaining on item 3c. And obviously, if there is any debate on that matter, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warwick.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to declare a personal non-prejudicial interest as a Hampshire County Council and Executive Member. Thank you.
Councillor Lumbie, thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to declare I am a City Council tenant for the agenda item 7 on the housing revenue account. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I just declare a personal and non-prejudicial interest, as I am also a county councillor.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. The next agenda item are announcements, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm correct in that. Yes. May I just say that I have a few announcements. On the 24th of February 2023, Russia's invasion of the Ukraine will reach its one-year anniversary. A conflict that I'm sure most of us thought would last for days has now lasted for 1 year. And our thoughts, I'm sure, are with our Ukrainian community and their hosts. And as a city, we will be having a 1-minute silence at 11 a.m. tomorrow, the 24th. And may I also ask, Leader, that the Guildhall clock is turned yellow and blue together with the Ukrainian flag as a tribute to them all. And also on Friday at 6 p.m, the City of Sanctuary, Winchester, will be holding a candlelight vigil in Abbey Gardens, which I think will be lovely. Also, our hearts, I'm sure, go out to all those in need due to the recent earthquake in Turkey and Syria, where tens of thousands of people have been killed and scores more injured. Most people, including children, are displaced and remain outside in streets still and in open areas. And I'm sure, like me, you just can't imagine how it is. So, you know, we just send our heartfelt, we're so sorry from it all. And I'm sure you would all join me in that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now, may I say first, before I continue, welcome to Simon Hendy, our Strategic Director, who's recently joined the Council. Simon, where are you? I've lost you. Well, good evening and welcome, sir. Thank you. My next announcement this evening is regarding the annual Mayor of Winchester's Community Awards for 2023. The closing date for nominations is tomorrow, and those nominated will receive their invitation to the awards ceremony on Tuesday, the 14th of March in the Guildhall. And please contact the Mayor's Secretary for further details. And finally, from me this evening, well, not finally, you'll be hearing from me again, I'm sure, but in my announcements, may I remind everyone of the pie and mash luncheon at Abbey House on Sunday, 5th of March, supported by Pie Caramba of Winchester, and tickets are still available on Eventbrite. Thank you. And Mr. Macebearer now, thank you so much for accompanying me this evening. And as always, it's very much appreciated. Thank you. Leader, do you have any announcements, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, as you have highlighted, tomorrow is the first anniversary of the war in Ukraine, and you've outlined how the Council will be marking this, but I'd like to say a few words of thanks about the people who have welcomed Ukrainian refugees to our city. Residents in the City Council's area have welcomed 230 families and 491 individuals into their homes. As of today, we are still the leading council area in Hampshire in terms of numbers of families and individuals welcomed. We owe an enormous amount as a district to the hosts who have ended up taking on far more than they may have been led to believe at the beginning of the process, to the council officers who offer support and work so hard to arrange the drop-ins, support hubs, business advice sessions, job fairs and other events for hosts and guests, to the volunteers who helped people flee the horrors of war in Ukraine and welcome them to and support them in our city and district. And also to the Ukrainian families who had to flee in such horrific circumstances and are now contributing so much as valued members of our community. I know also that members have been appalled once again at the failure of Southern Water to supply clean water across our district. We are working with other affected authorities, including Southampton and Eastleigh, to send a joint response. And this won't just concern the fact that they failed to deliver water in the first place, but certainly from what I've heard from local ward councillors and parishes is that actually their response to that problem, the way they dealt with that problem, the way they got water out into communities was completely unacceptable. So we will be making a joint response with Southampton, Eastleigh, and I think several other. We are working towards making a joint response in terms of what we expect from them in the future in similar circumstances. Obviously, there will be an opportunity to question Southern Water at the Health and Environment Policy Committee on Wednesday, in line with the motion that the whole council passed. But the Chief Executive and I have also been in contact with Southern Water to ensure that we're able to follow up from anything that comes out of that meeting and ensure a proper response. The county deal continues to be a matter of interest, I think, to us all. As circulated to everybody via email, the Minister for Levelling Up, Dehenna Davison MP, has written back to Hampshire about the prospectus for a county deal, asking that negotiations start with Hampshire, Portsmouth, Southampton and the Isle of Wight, and explicitly excluding districts from that conversation, in common as has happened in other areas. The districts continue to ask that, in line with what's laid out in the prospectus, that we should have a role and be represented at the table in those discussions. The unitaries in the south of Hampshire, so that's Portsmouth, Southampton and the Isle of Wight, have written separately from Hampshire to the Minister, highlighting their interest in a more southern deal that includes Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and is based more on a Solent geography. And so we will be using our connections at the Partnership for South Hampshire to keep on top of that and make sure that we're not excluded from the conversations. Speaking of the Partnership from South Hampshire, we continue to work with other authorities on a joint response to planning issues, including the government's National Policy Planning Framework consultation on future planning policy. At a recent meeting, Southampton highlighted an area that, while it may not apply to us directly, could do indirectly, which is the 35% uplift to the standard method calculation for Southampton and 19 other cities. And that has an effect, potentially, of putting extra demand into the Partnership for South Hampshire calculation. At Winchester's instigation, all authorities, including us, and Partnership for South Hampshire itself, said they would be responding to the consultation, backing Southampton's view that while it makes sense to apply an urban uplift in these kind of urban areas, it's very important that if it leads to any extra demand, that this is not carried over into neighbouring areas if they are unable to meet the housing numbers within Southampton that come from the uplift. Finally, a quick report on two pieces of, shall we say, outreach or involvement that I've done. So first of all, I spent a shift with the Winchester City Neighbourhood Policing team, and they are very interested in working with councillors on this kind of issue. It was particularly good to see the important role that teamwork between our two organisations has in making Winchester a safe and pleasant place to be, and to understand some of the pressures our police colleagues have to handle, and gave me some questions to bring back to the City Council as to how we can work even more closely together. Most of all, though, it was a pleasure to witness the professionalism and commitment of our neighbourhood policing team and see how hard they work for our city and its residents, despite all the challenges they face every day. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have done so. Finally, one last set of thank yous. I had the chance the other morning to go with Mark Hughes, our street scene officer, to meet the team from CTG Cleaning, who have been jet washing the high street, and who also work with us and the Business Improvement District to remove graffiti from our town centre, and who have made such a difference in reducing it in recent months. While I was there was also a colleague from ID Verdi who was litter picking the high street came by. And so I took the opportunity to thank them all on behalf of you all for all the work they do to keep the centre of our city special and clean and looking good for people who visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Chief Executive, do you have any announcements, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have apologies this evening, Madam Mayor, from a number of members, from Councillors Bronk, Clementson, Fern, Green, Reach and Radcliffe. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on, the next agenda item is item 5, questions from members of the public. And welcome once again to members of the public who are here this evening and have submitted questions to the Council to answer. I understand we have 3 questions this evening, and all members have a copy of the questions received, which have also been circulated electronically, and printed copies are also available in the public seating area. So please may I now, and a very warm welcome to Astria Herlock. Hello, good evening. Please could you address the meeting using the microphone? A reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask a supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Is that all right? Thank you.
Thank you, that's
right,
fine.
lovely. So over to you. Thank
you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations on your new appointment. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to ask my question, which is, I have read the adopted carbon neutrality roadmap and note that the Council have set a district target of carbon neutrality by 2030, which is 20 years ahead of the statutory goal of 2050. On paper, this looks virtuous. However, on closer examination, the report quotes that offsetting will be required by the purchase of carbon credits. At today's market value, that equates to £7.54 million, and across 20 years, this exceeds £150 million. To a council tax-paying member of the public, this is nonsensical. If the council believes it has this money to spare in 2030, surely these funds would be better spent on projects to help us achieve net zero in our homes. Alternatively, would it not be more realistic to relax the target of 2030?
Thank you very much. Appreciated. And thank you for your kind wishes. Councillor Lerney, can you respond? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your interest in the carbon neutrality roadmap. It is a hugely important document that provides the evidence base for our future carbon reduction strategy. But as was made clear at the public discussion of the roadmap on January 16th, it is not policy, but rather is the evidence base from which to develop our future carbon reduction strategy. Indeed, the first recommendation of the roadmap on page 90 of the report states offsetting credits is not currently featured in WCC policy. The Council's offsetting policy was agreed on January the 25th this year, and is clear that the only role of offsetting is as one of the approaches for the Council itself to become carbon neutral by 2024. Although carbon emission reduction, carbon credits creation and carbon removal are given higher priority. It did not commit the Council to any offsetting to achieve the 2030 district-wide goal. This is not and never has been the Council's policy. Ms Herlock is, however, right to identify that the mismatch in ambition between the City Council and national government, and we would add the County Council to that list, is a matter of concern. Carbon emissions are the responsibility of a wide range of stakeholders, which include the central government and county council, business, industrial and commercial, domestic and agricultural sectors. It is the belief of this administration that the biggest challenge we face is climate change. Our area has an above average carbon footprint, and we are seeing the direct impact of climate change locally, with flash flooding, extreme temperatures and water shortages affecting our health, our homes and businesses, chalk streams and rivers, and the unique countryside that make our district so special. As the carbon roadmap itself says, limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees C is still possible, but only if we act immediately. In this context, the weak leadership and inadequate ambition of the government and county council is a very major issue. Our response cannot be to slow down our own plans. As we say in our council plan, we have to go greener, faster, and we need the county and central government to do the same, and we'll continue to work with them to make that happen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Loney. Mrs. Hurlock, do you have a supplementary question at all?
No, I don't, thank you.
Much. Please, can I just remind you, Mrs. Hurlock, that your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website in due course. And may I also say to you that you are most welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting, and you are invited to be seated in the public gallery once all the questions have been heard, and an officer is here to assist you if you would like to do that. Thank you so much. Please may now I call upon Donald Iro. Thank you, Mr. Iro. Also, if you could address the meeting using the microphone. Thank you, sir. And a reminder that following the response given by the member, you may also ask a supplementary question. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And also may I congratulate you on your appointment. So my question is, can someone please explain why our public toilets across the district are in such a state? In our market towns, i.e. Bishop's Wharf, which I'm actually a resident and where I live, it is pretty disgusting. And having been into the city centre and the park and ride, likewise, they are filthy. I must also add that the ones in the city centre are also very intimidating for residents, with people hanging around outside. What message is this sending to residents and visitors alike when our public facilities are in such a state?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind thoughts towards me. Thank you. Councillor Gordon-Smith, please, may I ask you to respond?
I thank Mr. David Iro for his question, and this is very much a priority for this administration to fix the public toilets across the district. Later in this meeting, hopefully we will be agreeing a budget that puts extra money into public toilets and the joint development of a plan with parish councils and other partners to ensure that we have safe, clean, appropriately maintained and accessible public toilets right across the district. This will build on work that's already underway. Our cleaning contractor has been taken to task for the issues that we have been having. A new team has been recruited and are actively working to deliver the requirements of the cleaning contract. We have amended the cleaning schedules of the toilets to ensure the most used toilets are the most frequently cleaned. We now require our cleaning contractor to provide date and time marked photos after each clean so that we can ensure that they're being cleaned properly. We have employed an energetic and effective street scene officer. Part of his role is to monitor the condition and cleaning of the public toilets. The council is also preparing to re-tender its cleaning contract at this end of this year, and cleaning schedules will be considered as part of this process, along with any associated issues. We have also sought advice from the British Toilet Association, who have provided the council with a basis for an improvement strategy. We have also tasked consultant building surveyors to review all our current buildings. and give us a list of all the current defects, both of the interior fittings and of the building structure and condition. The Estates Department has developed from the condition report a costed programme of works. These are divided as follows. Priority 1 is works to bring the toilets up to good working order and a reasonable standard. Priority 2 is work to substantially improve them and to ensure they match current best practice. In addition, the Council's Parking and Improvement Plan has also allocated funding to refurbish and improve the Chesil Street and Worthy Lane car park toilets. In some places, much of this work is already underway. The public toilets in Alresford were reopened just before Christmas following refurbishment. And in addition, a new temporary but substantial brick-clad toilet is to be opened in River Park by Easter. Obviously, we don't want people to feel intimidated when using our toilets in the city centre or elsewhere. Unfortunately, one of our biggest challenges is dealing with antisocial behaviour and misuse of the facilities. A lot of maintenance and cleanliness issues are caused by antisocial behaviour, vandalism and misuse. While more frequent cleaning schedules can help, it's not a problem we can solve on our own. So the officers across the whole council have been working hard with our CCTV contractors and the business improvement bid and Hampshire Constabulary to identify perpetrators and make appropriate interventions to reduce the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon-Smith. Mr. Iro, do you have a supplementary, sir?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So thank you for your response, which is good in terms of the long-term approach that you're taking towards this. But having seen the state of the toilets today, surely a deep clean is required. And you know, we're looking at the city centre today, and it's also still got an issue. So I just really wanted to understand what the current plan is for the toilets. So, you know, I do wonder if you have been to these toilets recently, and I ask what your daily cleaning procedure is for the toilets. Thank you.
Councillor Gordon-Smith.
Well, as I said, we now have photographs back from the contractors so we can see the state that they're in once they've been cleaned. But I think you have to recognise that it can be cleaned, the ones in city centre are cleaned twice a day, but they can very rapidly deteriorate. There's also a particular problem in wet weather with mud and so on being trampled in. So they may have cleaned the floors very carefully, but after 10 minutes, they're back with muddy footprints everywhere. We take this issue very seriously, and we're trying to address it, and we do have a deep cleaning programme. And as I explained earlier on, there's categories for sort of immediate works to get them in good working order, and longer-term projects, which is going to take obviously a bit of time to refurbish them and get all of them in good order. I personally inspect them. I certainly don't do it every day. You know, it's like a half-a-day journey to go around the 11 toilets in the district. But I do check them, and our very energetic street scene officer also checks them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon-Smith, and thank you, Mr. Iro, for your question. As I said earlier, if you are very welcome to stay, sir, if you wish, after the next question, and we will assist you to the public gallery. Thank you so much. Please may I now call upon Mr. Patrick Davies, if you would like to come and address the meeting, sir, using the microphone. And as you know, Mr. Davis, once you've had a response from the member, if you require a supplementary, that will be fine. Thank you so much. So, your question, please.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor, I wish you well too. Why was the meeting of the Council's Standards Subcommittee on the 27th of January held in private to determine complaints about the conduct of a city council, or it may have been parish council, one can't tell from the public documents, despite the council's rules, paragraph 712, stating clearly that this should have been a public hearing?
Thank you, sir. Could I ask you to turn your microphone? Thank you so much. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your question. The meeting of the Standards Subcommittee that took place on the 27th of January 2023 was not a hearing about a city councillor, and was in fact the consideration of the report written by external lawyers on an investigation concerning complaints relating to Denmead Parish Council. The wider findings and recommendations, together with the conclusion from the report, have been placed in the public domain by way of a report to Audit and Governance Committee published yesterday. A letter has also been sent to Councillor Paula Langford-Smith, Chairman of Denmead Parish Council, highlighting the requirement for the Parish Council to produce and implement an action plan to tackle the specific matters drawn out by the investigation. The report made clear that no one involved with Denmead Parish Council, whether officer or member, can consider themselves beyond reproach in the context of matters that have taken place at Denmead Parish Council. The need for changes in the cultural and organisational ethos of the council, and that the status quo is not an option. To quote the recommendations, the audio and video of the meetings shows quite clearly how the behaviour was at times unacceptable. Because of the nature of complaints and the resulting investigation, which included some employment and medical issues, the meeting of the Standards Committee went into exempt session in accordance with Section 100, Part 1, Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, by virtue of paragraphs 1 and 2, for reasons of information relating to any individual and information which is likely to reveal the identity of an individual.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Davies, do you have a supplementary, sir?
Yes, please, if I may. I hear what the leader says, but isn't it a problem that there are 8 outstanding complaints about the conduct of city councillors, one dating back 2 years, and there are 15 relating to parish or town councils? Those are all reported in the paper that is going to the meeting that the leader has just referred to. Isn't it proper that the council reconsiders its parochial secrecy on these matters, and that the public are entitled to know where there are serious complaints made about the conduct of either city councillors or parish councils?
Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, this is a matter where we need to achieve the right, appropriate and legal balance between those matters which do have to be, for legal reasons, dealt with in exempt session, and those matters that can be discussed in public. We have recently appointed a new monitoring officer, Ms. Sharon Evans, and I know that she is taking a fresh look at our procedures and processes that relate to standards, and I know that she would share my desire and this council's desire to ensure that we have an appropriately speedy dispensation of justice and dealing with standards matters that are brought towards the council. So this is an area where we are continuing, as with so many areas of the council's work, where we are continually looking to improve, and I'm sure the intention would be, I know the intention is, that we quickly reduce the backlog that we currently have, or the list of outstanding complaints that we currently have.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Mr. Davies, for your question. So, Mr. Davies, Mrs. Herlock and Mr. Iro, if you would like to go to the public gallery. An officer will escort you. Thank you so much for attending this evening. I will now move on, ladies and gentlemen, with agenda item 6 regarding the appointment of Deputy Electoral Registration Officer. Chief Executive, would you please introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. The recommendation before you does flow from current changes to election legislation, specifically the requirement for all electors to produce an identity document at the polling station from a prescribed list. There is provision in the legislation, subject to certain circumstances, for an elector to request a temporary identification document to take to the polling station. And this temporary identification document has to have a wet signature. So the request before you this evening, Council, is to appoint a deputy to myself as your ERO, simply, should I be unavailable, to allow the prudent discharge of that function to enable smooth discharge of the functions of the election. Thank you, members.
Thank you so much. Leader, would you move the recommendation, please? And do you have a seconder? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so I'd like to move the recommendation that Council delegate the appointment of Deputy Electoral Returning Officers to the Electoral Returning Officer, subject to them holding satisfactory qualifications and experience as required. I don't think I need to add any more than that.
Do you have a seconder?
I do have a seconder.
Thank you.
It's Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You may remain seated.
Thank
I'll
you.
allow you. Thank you.
I believe that's been seconded, Madam Mayor. It's just, does Council agree?
I think, are we all agreed? I mean, do we have any questions or anything, please, ladies and gentlemen?
Agreed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's agreed then. Thank you. So we then move to agenda item 7 is consideration and determination of the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 9th of February 2023 regarding the housing revenue account budget for 2023-24. Mrs. Evans, would you please introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 7 is the recommended minute of Cabinet of the 9th of February 2023 regarding the housing revenue account budget 2023-24. The draft minute of the Cabinet meeting is on pages 21 to 23 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3387 refers, and this is included in your agenda pack, on pages 25 to 56. Please note that the report has been updated since it was considered by Cabinet, having regard to minor corrections and updates. The report's recommendations are for the Council to agree the 2023 to 24 housing revenue account budget included the specifics as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, would you move the recommendations in report CAB 3387 and the recommended minute of Cabinet, please? And do I have a seconder? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendations, please.
Seconder?
Madam Mayor, I will second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Ferguson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I prefer to stand, it's easier in some ways, she says. I'm pleased to be able to bring the Housing Revenue Account Budget 23-24 to Council this evening. It sets out a viable and sustainable budget that will, despite considerable inflationary and cost pressures on the HRA, allow the Council to continue to invest in our existing housing stock to make it safer, warmer, more energy efficient and healthier, including investment to help cut energy consumption, carbon and perhaps most importantly for our tenants in a cost of living crisis, help to cut their energy bills. It will allow us to continue to provide the high quality tenant services that our tenants rightfully expect and continue to build and provide the new social homes that we know are much needed right across our district, enabling us to continue to make significant progress towards the ambitious target of providing 1,000 additional homes over 10 years. Tenants, bringing forward the Retrofit Ready programme, which tenants would like to see implemented quickly, making homes warmer, more energy efficient and reducing tenants' energy bills, allowing for additional investment in a preventative rather than reactive programme to address issues related to condensation, damp and mould, making tenants' homes healthier. Given the significant inflationary and other cost pressures that the budget is under, and the need to invest in the growth options I've just outlined, as well as tenants' real concerns about their own budgets during the current cost of living crisis, there has been considerable thought and deliberation into the rent setting for next year, including discussions with TACT on 3 separate occasions to fully understand their concerns and their views. The report proposes a 7% rent increase for 23-24, which is in line with the government rent increase cap. While it's important to recognise that most of the additional revenue this rent increase will generate will immediately be consumed by inflationary cost pressures, contract costs and significant increases in construction costs, this rent increase will ensure that the HRA budget remains sustainable and viable over the 30-year budget period. We know that a 7% increase is in line with neighbouring local authorities and registered providers in the same area, and it takes into account that over 60% of our tenants are in receipt of statutory benefits such as housing-related benefits and universal credit, and that these benefits will be increased by 10.1% in April, in line with the September 22 inflation figure. Pensions will also be increasing by 10.1%, which is significant for our more elderly residents. We are also proposing to limit the rent increase on our shared ownership properties to 7% as well, even though the government has not set a rent increase cap for these properties. So in theory, rents for these properties could have increased by 13.1%. This would have been a very significant increase for many families in our shared ownership properties, many of whom may be just about managing. So we feel it is right that their rent increase should also be capped at 7%. In addition, service charges will also be capped at 7%, because while as a responsible landlord, in a normal year we would seek to set service charges to allow for full cost recovery, we recognise that once again this year we find ourselves in exceptional circumstances with family budgets stretched to the limit, and again a cap on service charges will help. I wanted to make one last point this evening, which is to add within the budget we have also maintained a £215,000 welfare fund, which will act as a safety net for those tenants who are facing particular hardship and need exceptional additional one-off support at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go into questions. Any questions, please? Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's some very positive news within this budget. and I welcome the commitment to retrofit so many homes over the next 10 years. I understand that over 800 of our tenants have expressed an interest in finding ways to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. The £1.5 million that has been allocated for expenditure this year to address the climate emergency in our council estate. How many of those 800 or so households in the council estate can expect to have reduced bills as a result of this expenditure by next winter? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Godfrey, for your question. Indeed, in response to our Retrofit Ready programme, where we wrote to 1,400 tenants in our lower energy rated houses and bungalows, 1,400 in total, we did indeed have 806 tenants respond. In the budget paper, it explains that while we need additional resources to help administer that Retrofit Ready scheme, many of the elements of the Retrofit Ready scheme, whether they be upgrades to windows and doors, to double glazing, whether they be improved extractor fans to remove damp air from kitchens and bathrooms, which are much more costly to heat, whether they are for additional loft insulation or for cavity wall insulation, that we believe that we can fund those through the current property service maintenance budget. We have already commissioned the energy assessors who will do the first stage of the work, and the first 400 tenants of those 806 have received letters explaining the timetable for when they should expect to have an energy assessment and when they would expect works to begin. Now, some of those 4 elements of that work can happen immediately, whether within our control, where we have to wait for the energy assessment, for example, for something like cavity wall installation, there may be a slight delay. The key thing is this work is happening now. So I would anticipate that we should see a significant number of people having had retrofit energy measures completed by this time next year, and I hope they will see an impact on their energy bills. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fred, my question is along similar lines to that of Councillor Godfrey. I was reading, I welcome this retrofit programme and indeed the continuation of the general upgrade of council housing has been taking place for, well, more years than I can remember as general maintenance upgrading, as inevitably is going to happen. Now it has been replaced in part, not entirely, since 2019 by this retrofit programme. Now, at the last budget, very similar to this budget as far as the budget line concerned, averaging costs of 1.5 million a year. I appreciate the pages do talk about it gradually increasing to allow for inflation, which is very correct and proper. But what I look for, not only in these budget papers, but also in HEP 033, which has also been published, which is about retrofitting. It's Healthy Environment paper, which you'll recall, Councillor Ferguson. Nowhere in these papers does it say how many houses actually have been retrofitted. There's a lot of advanced plans, but apparently nothing after 4 years, or even suggested in the next 4 years, is being done. So the question is, actually how many council houses have been completely retrofitted according to the promised programme?
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pearson, for your question. We have completed the retrofit of the Swedish cottages. It's a small number, I admit. I believe it's 4, possibly 6, but that was the complete retrofit of those properties. There are 4 other properties. So the retrofit programme has two elements. It has the retrofitting of the void properties, which is the deep retrofit, and now we have the retrofit ready, which is those retrofit ready measures where we can actually start making impact more quickly. We have 4 more properties which are in progress at this current time. I have been talking to the new Strategic Director for Housing, and what I want to establish is a programme board around the retrofit model to see how that we actually accelerate this programme so that we can get more properties through more quickly. And the key issue here is the Retrofit Ready programme recognises that an approach where we were waiting for properties to become void, they had to be the right property at the right EPC level, that was taking some time. Equally, if you have been to the member briefing on retrofit with our retrofit coordinator, who is highly qualified in this field, she has clearly explained that what you need to do to retrofit a property all the way through does take considerable time, and this is a new area of work that we know across the country, and people are upskilling to do this work. So at the moment, I would say, we have gone slow, but the intention is to go greener, faster now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Pearson, you're looking at me. Did you want to?
Yes, I would like to ask a supplementary, which is actually a continuation of the question. Very quick math suggests only 8 houses have actually been completely retrofitted. We have something like 5,500 council houses, of which was about 300 are brand new, therefore expect to be fully fitted according to BREEAM standards. You're only talking about 8 over the last 4 years. 5,000 we've still got to do. Where's the emergency?
Thank you, sir. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. My commitment to ensuring that we do everything we can to retrofit our council homes as appropriate is, I think, very, very clear. It's something I'm very passionate about. We do know that of the 5,000 plus homes that we have, that many of them actually have really quite good energy rating brands. They're certainly not carbon neutral, and that is the ambition, but they're certainly a lot better and have much higher energy rating bands than many private rental sector accommodation that people are living, even home owners, their energy rating band isn't as good. So we have started on our programme with the funds that we have available, targeting those properties with the lowest energy rating. Now, we do say very clearly in the paper, we have allocated some funds, we are speeding up the programme, we are looking for more resources, but we also are relying on additional funding coming forward. The paper sets out very clearly that we estimated about 3 years ago that we would need something like 120 million to retrofit to the level we needed. We've allocated 15.7 million over 10 years, which is significant, but we recognise that more funding will be needed. But it is an issue where we are determined to get to grips with this, and I do think that the programme board around the retrofitting of the council homes, the focus on that as an issue, bringing together all the different streams within the housing team will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the officers for the work they've undertaken to deliver the budget recommendation this evening and for their ongoing support of the work of the council in this key area. We should be very proud. I'm delighted with the possible nitrate and phosphate mitigation opportunities detailed in the budget, which allocates the cost of £200,000 for the project. Indeed, our sewage plants have been rather a nuisance for many years. It's good to see that they might actually prove beneficial. But the budget takes no account of possible credits once our own mitigation requirements have been taken account of. I appreciate we're still in the development of this project, but all signs are good at this point. I'm therefore this evening looking for reassurances from the portfolio holder that any credits go to the HRA if the test proves successful, once our requirements have been taken into account. At the rate of about 90,000 per kilo for £90 per kilo for phosphate credits, this is not an insignificant benefit we can expect, which could be shown as great improvements in the HRA budget and outcomes for our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and also thank you, Councillor Horrell, for your question. I am delighted also that we are proactively looking for a solution to the micronutrient issue in both nitrates and phosphates. Our primary aim, as we say in the paper, is to generate enough credits to allow us to progress our own new home scheme, because at the moment this issue is holding that up. We have been working on this since September. We've been working on this in conjunction with PUSH, the Partnership for South Hampshire, with the Environment Agency and Natural England. And while at the moment we are waiting for the scheme that we are proposing to be verified, we do anticipate that as well as there being credits, enough credits for our new homes programme, there could be additional credits. And while it would need to be evaluated and looked at carefully, I think it's only right, if there were additional credits, that those credits should be used within the HRA. Thank you, Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I don't believe we have any more questions, so Councillor Batho, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say, in light of our urgent need to address the climate emergency, I would like to commend the Cabinet Member for Housing and her team for the innovative response to accelerating the installation of council housing stock. By encouraging tenants to volunteer for energy efficiency improvements through the Retrofit Ready programme, the council will get early visibility of the upgrades required, enabling quick wins to be implemented. This work will allow a more accurate long-term plan to be developed with associated funding requirements identified, and demonstrates the council objective of going greener faster.
Are you in debate, Councillor Batho? Because I haven't quite reached debate yet.
Due to my only having a yearly lesson in year,
this
that
is
may be the
you
case.
coming in for debate, is it, sir?
I'll repeat it again then.
No, I'll tell you what, I don't think there are any more questions, so we're now in debate. Continue, Councillor Batho, thank you.
Can the Cabinet Member explain how this programme will deliver... Yeah, there you go, see?
Councillor Batho, I'll see you after council, thank you. I think he has a question for you, Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry.
Councillor Batho, could I ask you please to repeat the question?
Would that be from the beginning?
No.
Can the Cabinet Member explain how this programme will deliver the benefits that otherwise might not have been expected? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batho. I think very much for our council tenants, when we've been talking about our ambitions to build the highest energy efficient homes that we can build in our new home programme, the message that was coming back from our tenants was, well, what about my home? What about my existing house? What could you do to help me? Also, the council has been really successful in being part of consortiums which would allow private owners to access funding to retrofit their own homes and put energy efficiency measures on. But again, our council tenants didn't have that option. Now, a few years ago, perhaps the issue of carbon reduction perhaps wasn't uppermost in many tenants' minds. But I think with the cost of living crisis, that exceptional increase in energy prices, that I think for many tenants, suddenly this was an issue that they really did want to look at. And interestingly, I chaired a focus group around the future of heating supply in our council homes. And again, we had a recent survey on that. We had hundreds of tenants respond. Now, previously, they've all said, I'm wedded to my gas boiler. Now they're saying, I'm not wedded to my gas boiler. I want something different. Can I have energy generation? Can I have air source heat pump? Is there something different I could have? But your question was, what difference will it make? Well, I think the difference it makes is it allows our tenants to also be part of that journey towards carbon neutrality. And importantly for them, it gives them the opportunity to be part of that journey, but also to hopefully also have reduced energy consumption, which will lead to reduced energy bills. Thank you, Councillor Buffett.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I am now going into debate, ladies and gentlemen. Any debate, please? Councillor Atchwell, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The new energy-efficient shared ownership houses in North Whiteley are very welcome. I've recently spoken to some of the tenants who've moved there, and one family was a single dad who used to live in a small flat with one bedroom, and earlier his son wasn't able to stay with him because of the small house he had, flat, sorry. He's now moved into a shared ownership home, council home, which is 2 bedrooms. And his young boy was absolutely delighted to see he'd had his own bedroom now. So this is something that this council is achieving. And on behalf of the tenants, I'd just like to thank the council for the work they're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Atchwell. Councillor Becker, please.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to support this paper this evening. I'm also incredibly happy to hear about the level of engagement that's been held with the residents of our council properties through TACT. They're not here tonight, but I think it would be helpful for other councillors to know that representatives of TACT were at scrutiny and they were at the Cabinet meeting. And at that meeting, they thanked the officers, and I'd like to share my thanks with the officers for the level of engagement that has been had with them over the options that have been presented in the paper tonight and other options. As noted in the paper, Mr. Light confirmed that the majority of TACT members agree with the proposed 7% rent increase. They also support the 7% discretionary cap on annual rent increase for shared ownership properties and for the support package. So again, thank you to the officers, thank you to the portfolio holder for making sure that those discussions took place. I will be supporting the budget in the knowledge that those changes that we are proposing have been discussed with those who will be most impacted by them. They have considered the options, and they, through TACT, have agreed that the 7% increase is the best option. So we're not being parochial. We are speaking to the residents, and we are understanding what their choices are. I think the paper strikes the right balance between being able to improve our council homes for the future and unfortunately, noting that the level of inflation has skyrocketed, and that is impacting everything that we do. So I will be supporting the paper, as I've said, but I'd also like to pass on my thanks for the level of engagement with the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Becker. Councillor Tippett-Cooper, thank you.
I'd also like to say my strong support for this paper and to commend Councillor Ferguson and the Cabinet in particular. This paper has Councillor Ferguson's DNA running right through it. It's a DNA that does 3 primary things. 1, it shows excellent consultation and engagement. 2, it protects the most financially vulnerable. And 3, it prioritises the climate crisis. It protects the most financially vulnerable, examples like the minimising rent increases and ensuring there's a £215,000 welfare fund for those on exceptional hardship. It shows excellent consultation and engagement, as Councillor Becker has very eloquently explained. For example, 806 tenants responding to the retrofit survey is really very impressive. And it prioritises the climate crisis with the huge boost in the retrofit programme as being discussed this evening. So thank you very much to Councillor Ferguson, to the Cabinet and to the officers that prepared this paper.
Thank you, Councillor Tippett-Cooper. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I spoke at Cabinet about the need to ensure that we have decent, well-kept homes, keeping abreast of up-to-date safety measures, investing in our properties by carrying out regular maintenance, and providing lower fuel bills for our tenants through our Retrofit Ready programme. And all of this is at the heart of what the HRA does, and it's at the heart of this budget that we're looking at today. In addition, supporting our tenants and our communities in such challenging times is a really important priority for us. And I welcome the fact that our Welcome Support Fund, originally set up as a one-off fund last year, is now built into the HRA budget on an annual basis. So our tenants should not have to choose between eating or heating. So providing help to those most in need during this extraordinary and difficult period is very much welcomed. I'm also pleased that we will be continuing to support our communities within the Estate Improvement Programme, moving away from the older schemes which saw an increase in car parking provision and refocusing instead on investing in carbon reduction measures, such as the installation of EV charging points in those parking areas around our estates. So helping to ensure that this, along with our Retrofit Ready programme, that our tenants can also not feel left behind, but our push to become carbon neutral by 2030. And of course, our ambitious plans to push on with our New Homes programme, in spite of the rapidly rising cost of materials and increased labour costs, plays a crucial role in our commitment to provide homes for all. With increasing pressure from our residents who are looking to us to provide low-cost, affordable housing, it is absolutely vital that we continue to increase our stock year on year, and I hope this is something that can be supported across the council. But of course, all of this, as others have said, does come at a cost, and I have certainly not envied Councillor Ferguson's difficult conversations with TACT and our tenants, explaining the need for a rent rise this year. And it is to our tenants' credit that they have seen that this rise is necessary to enable us to continue to support them and to keep our homes in good order and keep our New Homes programme on track for the future. So I too would like to thank Councillor Ferguson and our officers for all the work that has gone into this budget at this extraordinarily difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak again. As a council, we should be proud of the HRA, which is much admired by other authorities who chose not to hold their own stock many years ago. Our ongoing commitment to deliver homes and communities in the district for those unable to access the broader housing market is essential, which is why I am minded to support the budget this evening. I welcome the fact that TACT have been involved in several conversations about the possible rent increase levels for 23-24. And although in these difficult times, I'm sure we would have all preferred not to increase the rents for residents by 7%, it is important to acknowledge the support of TACT for the increase. We say thank you. However, it is important in this full council setting we clarify where the difference between a 6% and 7% increase will be spent. The majority will be absorbed, as we've heard, by inflationary increases, but 400,000 is allocated to service growth. Importantly, 300,000 will create new posts in the property services team. These posts will be key to ensure the council has the correct resources to deliver on new fire and building safety duties and work further on the improvements to our properties. This clarification is important as the tenants have committed money, their money, so I think they should fully understand what outcomes they can expect from the budget. The Retrofit Ready programme has attracted much support and comment, as one would expect at this time. I believe some 800 expressions of interest have been received. But do officers truly believe we can deliver against the expectations of the tenants who have indicated an interest in the scheme based on the current resources allocated in this budget? If so, how will that be achieved? How long will it take us to assess all 800 properties when we're only reviewing about 25 per week? And actually none to date have had any work completed. The cost of living issues, as Councillor Godfrey has said, are now, not next year. And despite my concerns about certain areas of the budget, as the shadow portfolio holder, I'm happy to support the overall budget this evening. It is clear, Madam Mayor, we need to continue to innovate in this area of our work, stay abreast and indeed ahead of legislation, engage effectively with our tenants, and collectively support this essential part of our council work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too think this paper is worthy of support. Our proud record of supporting the most vulnerable in our community through a decent housing stock is one which we should all respect and honour at every opportunity. I'm very proud to have played a part and delighted that it's continuing, that the new homes building programme continues relatively apace, but certainly a lot faster than many other authorities. And this is again worthy of great support. Similarly, the maintenance of decent homes for our housing tenants is one which we should all support. And helping through the Welfare Fund at a time of great financial challenge for many is something which we should do as good landlords. I do worry about the idea of council house tenants needing EV charging points and to charge their £40,000 electric cars, but realise that students probably need those to plug in their cars. And I'm concerned about any rent increase at this time of high inflation, and it has to be balanced against the needs of the service to make sure that we can deliver all those other important parts of the programme. However, I'm particularly concerned by the response that Councillor Ferguson gave to my question about the number of homes that will be improved in the next year. She did not give a figure. She talked about plans and inspections and assessments and identifying what work might be done in the future. That's not going to save anyone any money now when prices of gas and electricity are so high. It's not going to reduce the amount of gas and electricity that individuals use when we're meant to be meeting the challenge of the climate emergency. We have to do things much more quickly. 8 to 10 homes retrofitted in 3-4 years is pitiful. We need to take emergency action today, this year, not spread over the next 10 years, and help those who need help to reduce their bills, reduce their energy usage. We should be going into those 1,100 homes that have been identified as being inefficient for energy, and putting in simple measures like honeycomb blinds, cellular blinds. You can kit out a whole building, a whole home for about £300 with these very efficient way of insulating homes. Now, they will do very well to reduce bills this year for all 806 volunteers at a cost of less than £250,000. Why don't we just get on and do something useful rather than just plan and investigate and assess and analyse? We need action now. Get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I also will be supporting this paper. Not that I'm saying it's without flaws, because I've already, I think, pointed out one, which, I'm sorry, Councillor Fergus, I knew you were going to walk into that one, and it's unanswerable. But it was the reality. We're being pragmatic here. I'm so glad that the Council is continuing the 1,000 Council Hold programme. We started, was it 4 or 5 years ago, and you're being able to continue with that. It is so essential in this day and age, in fact, probably more so now, with the cost of living, the cost of energy, and so on, that these houses are built. If the rest of them are anything like the ones we had in Swanmore, then they are superb houses. And I can assure any prospective council tenant, if you're looking to get one of these new houses, you are in a very, very nice house. I notice in Appendix 3 that the improved upgrades programme is continuing, averaging about £500,000 a year, alongside, of course, the upgrades that are needed for the retrofitting. Worries me a little bit about the retrofitting programme, without referring, of course, to a paper that actually hasn't come to the public, although it has been published. So I won't do in detail. I will talk about that bit of the paper in due course. But it does worry me. Councillor Ferguson suggests there's only about 8 houses that have been retrofitted. Now, I appreciate that some houses are going to cost more to retrofit than others. Some, of course, are flats. Some are shared buildings. And we said when we started to look at this programme, oh, crumbs, I forgot how many years ago, we knew these difficulties were there. I think at that time we were talking about fitting solar panels on the roofs. Shared roofs and this sort of situation was an issue, and undoubtedly it still is. And that is a difficulty when we're trying to retrofit, trying to allow houses to generate to a degree their own energy without bringing more in out of the mains. Many of us councillors have already done that, and the FITS programme isn't as now generous as it was, but of course this didn't apply to council tenants. But I am going to apply this. I'm concerned, as Councillor Godfrey has said, and I think you, Councillor Ferguson, implied, we really need a lot more money, 150 million, to complete the programme to the standard we would wish at this time, is mentioned in the budget papers. That's a lot of money for a relatively, well, I won't say affluent city council. We're not affluent in that sense. It is sad that part of this is coming from council tenants with the upgrade of the prices, upgrade of their rents, upgrade of services, the supplementary council tax if they have a garden. I noticed that has gone up as well as from last week, I think, when the council papers were published. I'm referring, of course, to the garden waste collection that our leader doesn't pay, of course, because he didn't have a garden. Lucky man. But that's not a criticism. That's not a criticism.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, I am just
I
finishing
love you to
now,
bits, sir, but thank you.
On a point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor, I both have a garden and I have a subscription to the garden, excellent garden waste service, which I'm pleased to say is, for particularly on people on council tax benefit, the cheapest in Hampshire.
And my apologies, Councillor Todd, I was misinformed. As so often is, well, we all are from time to time. I accept that, Councillor Todd, and my apologies. I'll make that apology in public, having made the statement in public as well. These things happen. However, I am supporting this paper. It's well-written paper. In the finance that we have available, I think this is well I regret to say that the council can do. I regret we don't have more money from whatever source, but undoubtedly some will trickle down eventually, which will help us to reduce these costs in the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Porter, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully support this paper. The properties that we own as Winchester City Council represent just under 10% of the district's total housing stock. So when we do get those properties retrofitted, it will make a real difference. The Retrofit Ready programme is just one aspect of the better qualities of homes and reacting to the new lifestyles of our tenants as they evolve. Our tenants are now living very different lives than they were even 20 years ago, and certainly 50. And this budget allows the housing team to support the needs of tenants, not only now, but in the future. We're preserving the strength of the HRA fund for the future, so that we can make changes in the housing estates to reflect the needs and the communities in which they're set. The quality of life is not just inside the home, so I'm really pleased that the EV chargers will be included in some places, because contrary to what Councillor Godfrey says, actually a lot of tenants are keen to change to electric bikes and electric cars, and they're thinking about it, but they don't know how to do it, so this gives them the opportunity to do so. I think that some of us will know that Solar Together, also, which was run by HCC, has also had a bit of a slow start. It takes a while to get these innovations going because the workforce isn't necessarily trained or available. But once they get going, they usually get going strongly, and I'm sure that the Retrofit Ready service will do just the same. The consultation has taken place with tact, but I'm sure that all councillors talk to tenants too, and I certainly do. I'm sure that many of the others do too. And they welcomed the Retrofit Ready programme. They didn't want to have to wait until the properties were empty, as originally was planned. Now they can have it done while they're in the property, which makes a huge difference to them too. So I do definitely support this programme, and it's not just about Retrofit Ready, it's about so much more for our tenants for the next 5, 10, 20 years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Wallace, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I thought this was a well-written report. It is obviously a lot of work has gone into the report, and a lot of I'll both to work with our council tenants to ensure that the rate increases are reasonable, and alongside that. So I will be supporting this, but I also wanted to say it's great to hear the support from across the council for going greener faster, and I'm sure we all really look forward to seeing the progress that we made over the coming months in accelerating the retrofit. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. I don't think we have any more for debate. So, Councillor Lurney, would you like to? You've reserved your right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to thank members across the council for their support in this issue. It feels very strange for the first time in 20 years to not be standing up and thanking Richard Botham for his work on the HRA budget. And if you're listening, Richard, then we still very much miss you. I'm sure we'll say the same about Simon in a few years' time. In this budget, we are looking at the big picture and the important role we play in providing healthy, green and affordable homes for a growing number of our residents. What we're asking you to agree today is not just what money will be spent in the next year, but more importantly, the basis for the next 30 years of the City Council continuing to be a landlord for a significant number of our residents. Councillor Horrell recognises the need for more resource to meet tenants' expectations, and this does, as has been mentioned, include EV charging points, something which I've received a number of emails about over the past few years. We have been pulled one way to the other over many years by governments, whether they wanted increased alignment with private sector rents or for us to take a populist rent-cutting approach. Indeed, at times, government has asked us to do both at the same time. Inflation is rapidly increasing the cost of services, materials, and building costs well above the proposed rent increase. To maintain and improve the level of service we offer our tenants, the investment we make in refurbishing their homes, and to keep building new homes, we do need to maintain the HRA's income. We have taken a prudent approach, and our tenants have supported us in doing so. We have put special measures in place for tenants in need of extra support, and it's important to recognise that those who will be finding it hardest to pay their rents in the coming year will not be our tenants, but those stuck in the private rented sector. Even after the proposed increase, our tenants will be paying between 20% and 50% less than market rents. We must keep building, and like others in the room, I share the pride in our continued commitment to the new build programme. With regard to the retrofit programme, I have always been clear that we have to have ongoing tenant support for this significant expenditure. A number of housing associations and other councils have rushed into mass retrofit schemes which have not lived up to their energy saving promises, caused issues with damp and mould, or not brought the fabric of homes up to a standard where technologies such as heat pumps are practical. We will accelerate progress, but if we don't get it right, we will be wasting tenants' money and losing their goodwill. The Retrofit Ready programme looks at each home individually rather than taking the one-size-fits-all approach that has gone wrong elsewhere, and will allow us to make the smaller interventions talked about by Councillor Godfrey, as well as make more significant interventions where appropriate. Councillor Horrell mentioned the nitrate credits. They are indeed a potential source of additional funding and clearly should benefit the HRA. However, changes to policy made by government could wipe out that potential in the future, and it's certainly not something that's quantifiable and that we could include in the budget at this point in time. So again, I'd like to thank everybody for their overall support and hope that we will unanimously approve the HRA budget in front of us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lurney. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to sum up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Councillor Lurney has done a very good job, but like Councillor Lurney, I would like to thank all members of the Council who've spoken this evening and spoken in support of the budget. I'd also like to thank officers who've worked on this budget and members of the housing team who've supported all the way through. Dick Johnson is the finance officer who actually puts the budget together. He doesn't often get a call out, but he's worked very hard on this, so I'd like to thank him publicly this evening. So thank you, Madam Mayor, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So please, now can I put to the recommended minute of Cabinet as set out in pages 3 to 4 of the agenda pack to the vote, and could I see a show of hands, please? All those in favour?
Madam Mayor, I believe that's carried. Are there any members voting against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the recommended minute of Cabinet is set out in pages 22, 23 of the agenda pack is agreed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is consideration and determination of the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 9th of February 2023 regarding the General Fund Budget 2023 to 24. Mrs. Evans, may I ask you to introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 8 is the recommended minute of Cabinet of the 9th of February 2023 regarding the General Fund budget. The draft minute of Cabinet meeting is on pages and can be found on pages 57 to 59 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3388 refers, and this is included in your agenda pack and can be found on pages 61 to 104. The report's recommendations are for Council to agree the level of General Fund budget for the years 2023 to 24, including the specifics as set out in the recommended minutes and the report. Members, please note that Council is required to also consider the Council Tax Resolution for 2023 to 24, which can be found on pages 104 to page 111 of your agenda pack. Members are reminded that a recorded vote will be required on the substantive motion relating to approval of the budget and the setting of the council tax. Please can I also advise that we will firstly take recommendations 1 to 6 of the recommended minute of Cabinet, and following those, recommendations 7 to 11. Consideration of the council tax setting will also then be a separate resolution of the council. Members, apologies. There is a typographical error in recommendation 1 of report CAB 3388. Council is to agree the level of general fund budget for 23-24 as opposed to what was typed 22-23 as stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Evans. Councillor Power, would you move the recommendations in report CAB 3388 and the recommended minute of Cabinet, please? Thank you.
I'm happy to move this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. To reserve your right to speak,
I would
sir.
like to reserve my right
Thank
to
you.
speak until later.
Thank you. Right, any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
May I introduce the paper, Madam Mayor?
Do apologise. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
I
Councillor Power, thank you.
I promise to be brief, Madam Mayor. Always. Work towards this budget has been in progress since the summer of 2022, Madam Mayor. Meetings were held with Cabinet members and their respective heads of service, who demonstrated throughout a firm understanding of the challenge in front of us and the steps necessary to achieve savings without impacting services. My special thanks go to the accounting staff who attended all of these meetings and were constructive throughout. In November, we commissioned further work to address the shortfall in funding for 23-24 and subsequent years. That work will detail the necessary investment, risks, benefits, and timescales to achieve savings. Late in December, we received news of a better-than-expected government settlement and an indication of the funding we may expect next year. There are no promises, Madam Mayor. Thus, the pressures remain. The work to address future budgetary deficits of 1.3 million in 25-26 and climbing remain essential. However, some of the economies we thought necessary are now removed. These are detailed in 13.12. The budget we have before us enables us to implement the council plan we approved at the last council meeting. The unexpected income of 2 million allows us to commit funding to deliver against the council priorities of greener, faster, pride in place and listening better. Since we set the budget for 2022-23, cost of living has become the area of most concern to residents for themselves and their families. In April, benefits will increase by 10.1%, the rate of inflation some 6 months before. We know that less well-off households spend a higher proportion than many of us on food, for which the inflation rate was running at 16.1%. They are suffering hardship as a result. We continue funding for the work on the cost of living support and increasing the bands of eligibility for council tax reduction scheme. I'm delighted to bring forward a budget that maintains core services, increases capacity for project delivery, and for some teams that have suffered increased demands allows us to increase staffing. The investment plans will benefit residents across our district for years to come. And Madam Mayor, I seek universal support, as with the HRA budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Now we go into questions. Thank you. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stood up to keep the conversation going. The paper announces a welcome boost to the Greener Faster reserve, £250,000 for unspecified activity in some future date. I've expressed my frustration at the lack of progress on a number of different occasions, including this evening. I wonder if the portfolio holder could tell me, within this budget for the next financial year, how much money will be spent by this administration on activity directly relating to the climate emergency?
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Power.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and thank you to Councillor Godfrey. I obviously didn't address this sufficiently at scrutiny. When we heard that this funding was available just before Christmas, we had 2 new directors shortly to arrive in post that will be responsible for implementing some 50% of our carbon reduction agenda and greener, faster agenda. As you will know, staff had been under unprecedented pressure for the last 2 3/4 years. We do not go blindly into spending other people's money. You will be aware that decreasing our carbon footprint is embedded in every single work stream of the work the council does. And I'm going to leave it to other cabinet members to be far more eloquent than I on the detail of that. We have some projects in view. Until those projects have been closely defined, costed, timescales, risks and benefits, they will not go ahead. We are not in the business of unicorn budgeting. I can't give you any detail on that. The work is in progress, and if you wish to ask further details of any cabinet member, I'm sure they will oblige with the detail. But we don't have the individual projects. We can't identify them at the moment. The work has to be done.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for taking my question. Can the portfolio holder guarantee that the monies for the Beacon and Trinity, which have been reallocated from Core Grants Fund to the Homeless Prevention Grant in this budget, and the Homeless Prevention Grant is obviously subject to annual government funding decisions, will continue? And if there is any doubt over that money, will the council fund these 2 excellent partner organisations with other monies if needed? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Horrell. I hesitate to guarantee anything in local government finance. We have funded those organisations from the General Fund up until now, and the Homelessness Fund has not been fully spent. It seemed prudent to make that move this year. I fully expect we would want to fund those organisations in the future for, as you say, the valuable work that they do. But I will not commit my successors to any funding promises. I would be very surprised if we did not fund them. That's all I can say, Councillor Horrell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Pearson.
Madam Mayor, I'm looking, well, in my papers, it's page 76 of the Cabinet's Pride in Place, Councillor Power, where it refers on the second or third line, this reserve will be used to develop a toilet strategy, which is rather ironic, judging by the question that was asked of Council earlier on in this evening. I mean, it says the idea of this strategy is to ensure Winchester provided safe, clean, appropriate, maintained, accessible public conveniences. I already thought that that was our aim. So how does Councillor Power put a vision to see how that present aim, which apparently is not being maintained, going to be developed in the future in this new toilet strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pearson. I think it's quite apparent that our toilet public convenience maintenance programme has not been adequate. Councillor Gordon-Smith already spoke about the need to bring them up to a decent standard for now. However, we are aware that the level of provision which the members of the public are entitled to expect from public conveniences needs additional features. Male sanitation bins, there are high expectations, better disabled access. We have the money in the budget to actually deliver that, which I'm very relieved that we're going to be able to do. But I know the Alresford toilet blocks were shabby, and they should be attractive. They should look welcoming, and we have the money to address that. Thankfully.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Any more questions, please? Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps I can put it in a different way, Councillor Power. Ignoring the extra £250,000 that you're putting away in reserves for Greener Faster, how much is in the base budget of this general fund for this year going to be spent on dealing or addressing the climate emergency, and is it enough?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
I think I may need to refer this question to Councillor Lurney, Councillor Godfrey. I don't wish to rush in haste into any of our energy efficiency measures. This relates to a question you asked against the HRA. There are a lot of traders of doubtful probity promising the earth in carbon reduction and not necessarily delivering against it. We take a rather more cautious approach in that we want to research, establish, define, test, deliver, and reassess. And the value that has not only to our operations, but to the business community, private householders, and the community as a whole cannot be underestimated. If we have the resources to test out a methodology, demonstrate the benefits, identify the costs, it enables other organisations across our district to reduce their carbon footprint. And I think that's been a very strong ethos wherever we have looked at these carbon reduction programmes to say we don't just want to do it for our own operations, we want to demonstrate by example how others can follow it. Yes, I'd love to have more money to be able to develop that programme, but our resources are limited and it is other people's money, so we take a very prudent approach.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following on from what Councillor Power has just said about wishing we had more money, I was delighted at scrutiny to learn more about the bone store that we have, and it was really interesting to hear about that. But I note that in the budget we have 150k put aside for improvements on that, and given that budgets are so tight this year and our residents are struggling. I wondered if that 150k could be put to better use or if that was really essential this year.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Power?
I might have to refer to Councillor Porter on this, who is our expert on the ossuary. We do ask developers to let us have any artefacts, and we do have an obligation to store them securely. If we need a new bone store, we need a new bone store, and I'm not going to argue the toss with that. But would you like me to ask Councillor Porter to provide more detail?
Councillor Porter.
I can't provide the detail of exactly how the money will be spent. I do know that it needs to be spent. I think it's actually part of the assets of the council, actually. So I'm going to pass it back to Councillor Todd. However, it is the archaeology team who demand, obviously, that the riches of any dig are preserved. And so that is the archaeology team who are aware of how well and carefully they need to be preserved. We can find out for you exactly how how the money will be spent. I think it will be interesting for all of us. I'm sure we'd all love to go and visit, wouldn't we? Do you know what? This has taken as much interest as Biggins.
Councillor Todd, I was just going to say, did you wish to say something, or is Councillor Thompson?
Well, I was going to suggest that Councillor Thompson could address this, since
Thank you.
since this particular thing, the bone store is within the Hampshire Cultural Trust relationship that we have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Todd. Yes, just to clarify, we do need to spend the money because the bone store currently is on the Bar End Depot site in a warehouse there, and it does have to be moved if we are going to develop that site. So that's the history of it, and that's why we put some money towards it.
Thank you. Councillor Crask.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Deputy Madam Mayor. Madam Mayoress, or apologies. Sorry. Interested very much in the digital transformation spend of 400,000, a big sum of money. Certainly welcome. Could you understand some of the outcomes you might imagine from that spend? Thank you.
Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Crask. I think some members are aware that we seek to provide an online service for everything a resident could expect. However, we have found during the pandemic that although when we were in lockdown, they had to do it online, so everybody did it online. When we came out of lockdown, it became easier for residents to come into the council offices and get an officer to do the work for them. We have to make it easier for people to work online, because by doing that, we free up officer resource to help those who cannot do things online. And throughout the conversations about budget saving, all officers were aware that we have a marginalised sector of the community, and we have to make really strong efforts to make sure they are not further marginalised. So the digital transformation is about making it easier for people to do it online, making it more attractive to do it online, and freeing up officer resource. Does that answer your question, Councillor Crask? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Any more questions, please? Then we will move into debate, ladies and gentlemen. Debate, please. No debate? Hang on, no. Councillor Horrell, are you? Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, couldn't get it to work properly. Madam Mayor, I think the one element that is very unclear in the general fund budget is the whole issue of the strategic budget review, much of which has been made previously and should have been completed in 2022, or that's what we were promised, and the delivery of a significant contribution to the general fund as a result of that work. And it's our understanding that that review hasn't actually started. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us as councillors to question why not. The good financial management of the council is a responsibility for all of us. And such a review is just simply good practice. And many of us from the commercial world who sit on all sides of the chamber would know that that is the sort of thing that we would be expected to do in our business world. And as a consequence, we're missing some of those savings that we might expect. And so, Madam Mayor, I think it is a real sadness and a gap tonight in the General Fund proposals before us that we have not taken that forward. It's very clear in the research that was done and the thoughts given to us by our residents what they thought our priorities should be. And I'm not sure that we've heard that loudly, although the leader tells us that we are listening. But if we have done that work and I'm mistaken, I'm happy to be corrected. But this delay is really not helpful and doesn't give us all here the full picture of what's before us as councillors and how we might do our work most effectively. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Any more for debate, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, Councillor Bolton, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's easier than Madam Deputy Mayor. It's terribly confusing. I couldn't get it in the right order. Councillor Power, you've been asked this question several times at scrutiny and by Councillor Godfrey here, and I find it astounding that as your so-called premier policy of the climate emergency, that nobody seems to be able to answer how much you are spending on this. If it means so much to you, you should have it under control and you should be delivering it to a timetable that you can express. And so I'm staggered that this doesn't seem to be the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Gordon-Smith, I'm sorry, you kept putting your hand up and I didn't put you down, so I apologise, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it's rather difficult because I'm sitting right behind you, so to speak. I would applaud in this budget, first of all, the hard work done by the officers and by the portfolio holder. They are trying to steer a tricky course in a stormy sea, shall we say, of carelessness and so on around the nation. I am particularly pleased about the additional monies put into the pride of place. We've seen comments earlier on in public questions about the clear need for the public toilets. We're very well aware of this, following our own reports on our own studies. And I'm happy to expand on what the programme of work is at great length. I think the basic problem is that we've got 11 different buildings of varying ages and varying bits of kit, and to sort them out into good working order is the first task. The second one is to start to improve them to a much higher standard. This may mean demolishing them and so on. It's not an easy task and it's complicated. but we have got some additional money to spend on it, and it's good that we can progress this. However, I'd also welcome the additional monies for the tree work. It's a particular of interest to me. And of course, it's wonderful to, as we did last year, plant trees in the green canopy, the Jubilee green canopy. But it's very essential that money is spent on maintaining them in good order, so hopefully they will all outlive us. It's obviously keeping the trees in good order is a public duty we have and a public responsibility, and it also helps reduce our carbon footprint. So I am very happy to support this budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon-Smith. Councillor Tippett-Cooper, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also support this paper, and at the risk of sounding like somewhat of a broken record, I just noting that it is almost a year since this chamber unanimously passed the motion that we become a city of sanctuary, indeed a district of sanctuary. And I was very pleased in particular to the Cabinet member that the cost of our ongoing commitment to these principles is being pursued in this paper under the section cost of living and living well, and the £170,000 allocated there, which also, of course, focuses on supporting those with extending the existing exceptional hardship fund. Our commitment in this area to become a city of sanctuary is only going to increase. In the last year, we've done huge amounts of work supporting our Ukrainian community, but also our communities who have arrived under the Afghan schemes. And there's more likely than not, there's only going to be an increased amount of work in this area. So it's fantastic to see that is recognised in this paper, and I'm hugely grateful, as I'm sure the House who unanimously passed this motion are too. So thank you very much to the Cabinet member for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I commend the officers who prepared these accounts on tonight's agenda. They are clear and give a reassuring picture of the near future. The General Fund budget is largely the same as set out in the medium-term financial strategy back in the autumn, which to a certain extent is a bit of a disappointment. As more than 8 weeks ago, the government allocated an additional £2 million to the City Council in extra funding that was not expected. This windfall has been saved away in the reserves, waiting for future decisions on how to spend it, while residents and the environment need financial support now. I welcome the sensible, if limited, improvements to the banding of the council tax reduction scheme. I would hope that with a bit more effort and negotiation, it would have been possible to improve it even further. I also welcome the ongoing funding of a discretionary hardship fund, which I know officers are used to great effect to support the most vulnerable in our community. And, of course, as a previous guardian of our purse strings, I welcome a balanced budget plan for the next 2 years. However, for a group that made such noise about the importance of public consultation, the report notes that you have asked for the views of 1,700 residents and then completely ignored what they told you. Despite what they firmly said, reserves are not being used effectively, assets are not being maximised, management costs and council tax are being increased. At last year's budget debate, we were told that this strategic budget review was to be completed in 2022, and that this would deliver around £2 million per annum contribution to the General Fund by the end of this next year. As Councillor Horror pointed out, this review has not even started. Virtually no savings have been made in General Fund spending this year. Where is the money going to come from to deliver the services that our residents want when the squeeze on council finances eventually arrives? All this dither and delay is costing Winchester taxpayers a lot of money. It's time to stop waffling and take action. If we were running this council, we would be doing things differently. Investing to help the most vulnerable in our district, spending to create more jobs in the district and reduce the pollution from commuting long distances, reducing charges on our residents and visitors, so it would make Winchester a cheaper and better destination. For the last 4 years, this administration has been putting more money aside in reserves in case something bad happens. But after a bit of early cost-saving activity, we've not actually made any substantive progress towards delivering long-term solutions. There are ever-increasing reserves. £18 million is now available, being kept for a rainy day. Now is the rainy time, so now is the time to help residents with the climate emergency. Now is the time to help with the cost of living crisis. And Madam Mayor, I'd now wish to move an amendment to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Do you have a seconder, please, sir?
I'd like to second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
and I'd like to reserve my right.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do I have any more for debate, please, on at the moment, though? Any more debate? Yeah, but I want to see first.
Madam Mayor, may I assist, Madam Mayor? If you believe there's been sufficient debate across the chamber of the matter of the main recommendations before the council, an amendment has been laid, and at this point I believe our David Blakemore has a copy of the amendment should you wish it to be laid round in order that members may consider the amendment at this time.
Thank you. I do not have any more for debate. Okay, sorry, right, I would finish with the debate on the main one then, please. Thank you. Who's next? I will just take... I think it's up to me, isn't it, to decide if we have had sufficient questions in debate first on the main motion. And I do have two more, or is it one more councillor that wishes to speak in debate on this before I go to the amendment? Yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. I'm still on the main motion debate. Yeah, carry on.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't think there's ever been a more challenging time in local government since probably World War II. We've had years of austerity and financial restrictions placed on us by the government. We were left with a £19 million hole in our budget by the outgoing Conservative administration in 2019. We've gone through a pandemic, and now we have a cost of living crisis where we've seen soaring inflation, the cost of food and fuel rocket, and real cost pressure put on all our services, whether that's regular maintenance or the cost of materials and labour for all our projects. So I think it's really quite extraordinary that we've been able to bring to you a balanced budget. We approved our revised council plan last month, which took account of the difficulties we faced, and this budget allows us to deliver on those priorities. And so I just want to comment on a couple of those priorities. Going greener faster and keeping the climate emergency at the heart of all we do is, as I've said before, not just a slogan, but an imperative. And as the Cabinet Member for the local economy, it is absolutely vital that we support our businesses with help and advice on how they can reduce their carbon footprint. And we are offering one-to-one consultations to assist our businesses in producing net zero strategies. Last year, we adopted the Green Economic Development Strategy, which sets out the framework on how we propose to do this, and we are working on our 2-year action plan with scoping papers on a sustainable tourism strategy and a new cultural strategy, which is coming before Business and Housing Policy Committee next week. And I'm very pleased to say that here in the town, we continue to punch well above our weight in terms of our shop vacancy rate, which is more than half that of other similar-sized cities. And our high street continues to be really busy and vibrant. And I would say, in spite of the current circumstances, the mood of our business community is cautiously optimistic. But in order to keep it that way and ensure that our market towns also remain vibrant and somewhere where visitors and residents want to be, it is crucial that we do take pride in our place. Making sure our town centres are attractive and clean has to be a priority. Replacing old bins, creating bin stores, updating benches and sorting out the weeds and graffiti that grows like topsy in every nook and cranny is really important. Because first impressions for visitors are very important, and a well-kept high street looking smart and clean will ensure that they will return to take advantage of all that we have to offer in our city centre and market towns. I'm surprised by what Councillor Godfrey has just stated, because I looked back at what he said in the budget debate last year, and he implored us to, and I quote, save the unexpected money received from government, rather than, and I quote again, spray it around on unplanned expenditure. This year, because of the challenges we know we are going to face in the future, we are putting money in reserves. But does this find favour with the opposition? No, this year they are arguing for exactly the opposite. So which will it be from the Conservatives? So to sum up, I support this budget and thank our officers and Councillor Power for their frankly remarkable achievement to have brought this balanced budget to us this evening. It is a budget that not only enables us to push ahead with our priorities, but it also looks to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Yes, did you wish to speak now? Because I was going to amendment, but
if you want to take debate on the substantive now, Madam Mayor, rather than have additional debate afterwards, then yes, I would like to speak.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Pearson.
I'm not figured into this one, but whatever. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I was a bit confused then. I recognise Councillor Lerner's keenness to add to the substantive debate, but we haven't had the amendment yet. And surely debate stops while an amendment is heard.
Councillor Pearson, if I think we haven't had sufficient debate on the main motion, then I can continue and then I'll go to the amendment. I will let Councillor Lerner speak and then I will come to the amendment, sir. Thank you.
Well, in that case, can I add to the debate as well then?
No, I'm going to the amendment after Councillor Lerner. Thank you.
Much has been made about spending on the climate emergency already in this debate, so I think it is appropriate that I be given the chance to speak. As has been said, action on climate change is increasingly embedded in all that the Council does, and the headline figures do not represent the amount of Council resource, whether that be time or money, that we are committing to this area of work, nor is it easy to quantify. For example, transport staff are heavily involved in active travel work, micro-consolidation, and work on zero-carbon buses. The planning team are involved in land use and energy standards. The natural environment team are involved in carbon sequestration, both on our land and in assisting others to do so. Environmental health are working on electric vehicle charging. The waste team are involved in decarbonisation of vehicles, as well as increasing recycling and reducing waste. Asset management are involved in energy management and decarbonising our buildings. As Councillor Thompson mentioned, the economy team are involved in green tourism and the green economic strategy. As the Cabinet member, I am very happy with the additional funding that is being put aside in this budget to enable the acceleration of a number of areas of work, including nutrient mitigation, renewable energy, and decarbonising council and contractor vehicles. I'm also very happy that the future waste reserve will put us in a good position to improve our recycling service at the earliest possible opportunity. While we have promises of government funding, it is unlikely to cover the full cost of the changes required, and being prepared will put us in a much better position to get the vehicles and extra waste containers that are going to be needed for the changes in the service. I very much welcome, as Cabinet Member for Climate Emergency, this budget. I think it is doing what we need to do within our limited resources, and I'm very happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Looney. Councillor Godfrey, we will now go and take the amendment. So, David, Mr. Blakemore, please. Thank you. Councillors, to give us time to go through the amendment, and you also might need a little break, I'm going to have a 15-minute adjournment. Thank you. I'll be ready 9:30. Thank you. we will now go into, we're on the amendment, so it's debate on amendment now. Am I correct in that now, as Chief Exec?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Can I just confirm, given that we've just had a brief adjournment, that we have a proposer and a seconder for the amendment on the floor, please? Let's just remind the meeting.
Yep.
We do, don't we? Councillor Godfrey and
Councillor Bolton.
Indeed, Madam Mayor, you're quite correct. It's now debate on the amendment, which is on the floor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Power?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, yes.
I've
Actually,
proposed an
I know what
amendment,
you're going to
and
say.
I wish to perhaps move back to the Constitution, so I have an opportunity to propose the amendment.
Chief Executive.
Apologies, Councillor and Madam Mayor. I think it would be helpful for Councillor Godfrey to explain and propose his amendment so we have some understanding here at this meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Godfrey, sorry, I'm going by my little notes here as well, sir, so my apologies. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might take the opportunity to suggest we have the proposer of amendment before we have any adjournment in future debates, just so that people will understand before we go off to have a cogitate. But anyway, I propose 4 changes to the budget that I'm sure all councillors should support as they seek to deal with the most urgent challenges that residents of Winchester face today: the climate emergency and the cost of living crisis. Both of these challenges need action now, not in 12 or 24 months. We will have missed so many chances to improve the local environment, and the remnants of the local economy will be scattered to the 4 winds. We want to use some of the reserves to employ senior climate advisors who will promote energy-saving measures across the district to those that can benefit most. They will be able to help individual residents, communities, villages, or parishes to improve insulation, reduce the energy used, cut waste and save money. They can advise on the best ways to insulate homes, how to access the government's warmer homes funding for the less well-off people living in any energy inefficient homes, and how communities can work together to deliver change in energy use. We propose this team should have a fund to allow the purchase of essential items to make an immediate difference in meeting the climate emergency, such as thermal imaging cameras around the district, so we can see where the weak spots are in our older homes. The honeycomb blinds that I mentioned earlier, because they deliver an immediate, efficient way of saving energy and saving money. This project team can have an immediate impact on the behaviours and expenditure of the most vulnerable in the district, and they can start now, not once an action plan has been devised and a committee has agreed a way forward and whatever other barriers this administration seems to be able to find to prevent real action. We also need action now to support local businesses. The recession will hit Winchester hard, particularly smaller businesses, leading to job losses, particularly among the young and those less able to cope with the loss of income. We need a project team of business advisors to work with businesses, market towns, business organisations and local authorities to protect and promote our local economy. We need to take a lead in keeping Winchester open for business, to help reduce the risk for those who are willing to take risks, so that they can choose to keep our residents in employment rather than having to cut back. We need to help residents now by reducing the financial burden on them, not by increasing it. The council should not be increasing charges paid by many residents for our services, as was decided back in November. That decision will raise £70,000 a year. So we propose to reduce by that same amount those charges that many residents have to pay for the essential services that they need. We also propose an 8% one-off reduction for those paying council tax in the coming year, which equates to the increases in council tax for this year and last year, reducing the amount each household pays by the same fixed amount regardless of band, so that those in smaller homes will gain a proportionately larger reduction than those in bigger homes. We don't know what is going to happen to council finances in the future, so I accept the need to raise council tax. But residents need it more than the council does this year. As a Conservative, I believe that the individual knows what's best to do with their own money. The council should take this modest step to acknowledge the hardship that many are facing now, rather than squirrel away money in our reserves to protect the council's finances in the future. These amendments will be met from the reserves and from a small increase in the vacancies target. I'm sure that you will want to support this amendment, as it will deliver savings for the most hard-pressed residents and have a significant impact on what practical measures those residents can take to reduce their energy usage and protect the environment. Winchester needs us to start delivering now, so I ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. I'm now going into debate, and I have Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. When Liz Truss resigned, I thought the Conservatives might have learnt their lesson in terms of having a budget that adds up. They might have seen the price that will be paid through incompetent financial management. And indeed, earlier today, I saw some of the consequences of Conservative financial management at Hampshire County Council, where council tax went up by £69.33, combined with savings, not wholly identified, unidentified savings, 132 million. And even with that, the county is set to run out of money within 2 years. All the reserves used up, all gone. And much of that, the consequence of incompetent national financial management by the Conservative Party, driving up inflation, driving up interest rates, cutting the amount of money that's available to be put into public services. I confess, I never thought from Winchester's Conservatives I would see a budget that was worse than the one we saw in 2019. A £19 million hole in the finances with no plan to address it. But today, seemingly uninformed by the failure of their party nationally, we hear them proposing an unfunded tax cut, a raid on reserves. Ironically, somebody who was standing in this actually, to be fair, it wasn't Rob, some of the Conservative County Councillors' colleagues were attacking the Liberal Democrats for being the people who put forward unfunded raids on reserves. And I look forward to reporting back to them at the next full council to point out that, firstly, it was never true in the first place, but secondly, I now have documentary evidence that it is in fact the Conservative Party that is prepared to put forward that kind of irresponsible funding programme. At one point I was wondering whether I would make a joke about the unfunded, the financial incompetence of Liz Truss and the empty promises of Boris Johnson and the lack of leadership of Rishi Sunak. And I have to confess, when it came to the actual proposals that were in here, on top of the financial incompetence of Liz Truss, we do see that sort of empty bluster in terms of proposals that we traditionally were getting from Boris Johnson, with all the price that we've paid for that as well. just randomly listing climate advisors and business advisors doesn't mean that we would be putting resource against the areas that will deliver the highest carbon reductions and have the biggest impacts. We have a carefully thought through plan to support business in this district, and it's working. We have amongst the lowest unemployment in the southeast, about 40–50% lower than the rest of the country. We have record high streets, footfall. We have low vacancy rates. The plans that we're delivering are making a real difference to support business. And earlier today, earlier in this meeting, we had a question about the carbon roadmap. And we highlighted how we're using it to develop a careful, thought through, prioritized, and as I talked about with some of the officers concerned, what I call a high carbon return on investment, focused on what will make a difference. And that is not what we have in front of us here today. So, Council, Madam Mayor, what we have in front of us is something that in no sense can the administration and the Liberal Democrats support. It leaves us in a worse financial position for the long term. It fails to put forward thought-through proposals that address the challenge that this council faces. It makes empty gestures for political purposes that will weaken the council's financial position and leave us less able to weather the storms ahead. And on that basis, there is no basis for supporting this amendment, and I ask the council to oppose it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Power, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not often entertained in a budget meeting, but I think this one does entertain me. So we're going to have 5 climate advisors who are going to each cost 50k a year, but they're only going to have 50k each to spend on energy saving measures. That doesn't seem a very good return on investment to me. We have 4 new business advisors at a total cost of 50k each per year, with no clarity as to what they are going to deliver, and indeed how they're going to restore those funds to the Major Investment Reserve. And the reduction in fees at D seems to benefit those that use our paid-for services. Now, we've taken an exactly opposite view in our addressing the level of fees we charge, to say those that use those services should pay for them and they should not be subsidised by everybody else. I prefer our method. And let's have more vacancy management. Our staff are under unprecedented pressure. They have been for 3 years, and we need more of them. None of these plans can be delivered. None of our plans can be delivered without staff. They do the work. And the council tax reduction, I think that's not going to be very popular because it seems to give a one-off discount this year whilst maintaining the interest in council tax, so the apparent council tax increase next year will be double, which I don't think is going to be very well received. I won't be supporting this, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Cutler.
My 2 colleagues have really summed things up further, so I'll be fairly brief, but I'm quite gobsmacked by Councillor Godfrey even bringing this amendment, because I've sat through the scrutiny meetings for the medium-term financial strategy. I've sat through the scrutiny meetings for this paper. Not a word. Nothing constructive, nothing engaging in the process. And now you're asking us in 20 minutes to do the job that we've done for the last 3 or 4 months of scrutinising. We talk often about the need to work together, and yet no suggestions, no comments, nothing constructive in scrutiny or to Cabinet for the last few months while we've been developing this budget process. And now you're asking us to agree to something that has had no scrutiny, that my colleagues have already pointed out some of the questions that one would ask if one was scrutinising it properly. And actually, perhaps it doesn't need a lot of scrutiny, because it's fairly clear from the comments that have been made earlier that very little of this stands up. So I could not support this amendment and will vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Councillor Learning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Godfrey has already been reminded of the contradictions between what he said last year and this on the substantive budget. Going back further, he was also a big fan of the magical thinking that led him to so strongly advocate the borrowing of money to buy property that has led councils such as Woking to go under. And I'm afraid that this reflects exactly the same kind of financial irresponsibility. I mean, in reality, we would be incapable of spending most of this money. Climate advisors are virtually impossible to recruit. We are really lucky to have the staff we have got. I have been in a room in a conference with other councils actively trying to recruit our retrofit officer, you know, literally in front of us in the room. We would be, not only would we find it impossible to find these staff, but actually we'd be duplicating what we're already doing through other programmes. We are helping people access government funding, funding which is much in excess of what is proposed through this. We'd be duplicating what we're doing on business as well. We do fund business advice, and that's already going on. In the next few months, we will have a new carbon neutrality action plan, which will set out what we need to do, which will not duplicate what other organisations are already paying for, and which will leave us with money in the bank to fund actually doing things rather than just talk about employing loads of staff.
Sorry, Councillor Learney, thank you so much. I have no more for Councillor Wallace. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this. It's today I spent several hours going through some reports looking at the scale of the climate emergency across the world, and it is terrifying. It is a massive problem, and it has been underestimated by most people. So the idea of additional climate advisors to help our team here is obviously would be a great thing. And if we had 5 more people, I'm sure we could use them very valuably to reduce the carbon footprint of our district. Against that, I would have loved this to I would have loved this to come up a few weeks ago, so it could have been properly scrutinised, and we could have got some the finance officers to properly comment on the proposals, because that is the bit I'm struggling with, because I would really love to have 5 more climate advisors. But without having the finance officers review and it properly scrutinised, I'm struggling with the motion. But yeah, I guess that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Brooke, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this amendment, as you'd expect. I think some misunderstanding has been given by the opposition to things such as reducing the district fees and charges for the benefit of those who need our services. It's not about subsidising people who want our services, putting extra fees on those who are burying deceased loved ones, putting extra money on those who are having rats due to how dirty some of our high streets and market towns at the moment. I think fees such as that, increasing them at this time, is very unfair on residents who need those services from us. The 5 new climate advisor posts, it's in the spirit of go greener faster. We absolutely support that we need to get greener faster, and having 5 additional people working on this would be really helpful. It is fully funded. We've gone through the budget, we've looked at the figures and figured out how this can all be funded from those figures. The council tax reduction wasn't reducing the rate of council tax, it was about just for 1 year, we will reduce it. Next year, it will revert back with the increase. So it wasn't about increasing it twice the amount next year. So I think some of it has been misconstrued and misunderstood. But I fully support this budget and thank Councillor Godfrey for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. I then have Councillor Cremoyson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I occasionally forget that I'm now a political animal. I don't consider myself to be a political animal. Rather, my background is in as an analyst and a sort of consultant in organisational processes. And I really just want to address the first couple of points on here around the extra staff. Superficially, it sounds very attractive to have extra staff. But if you want to deliver actual real benefit, you need to have a properly integrated programme. And that may need some staff to get it going, but it needs streamlined and piloted processes, proven processes, that you can then replicate again and again and again. And you need local businesses with proven capabilities to deliver to your specifications. You need to understand all the different types of retrofitting improvements that you might want to do, and then to be able to back them off onto local businesses that can deliver to that. And then within this organisation, we would need to have the QA processes to ensure that there was value for money, that the actual things that we'd invested in actually were delivering. And then you can then repeat the cycle, and then you can start scaling if you've got access to the resources to scale. And that's basically how it works. And I think what the portfolio holder talked about earlier, when she was talking about the numbers that have been done, is all about establishing those streamlined processes, proving that it works, getting local contractors to understand the specifications and the standards that this council expects, and proving that you've got the contractual relationships to deliver and to deliver again, and then they can scale up their resources based on the forward planning of this organisation. So, and then you can start looking at where can you get the funding? Can you get the funding from national investments where this council can apply, having proven that it knows how to deliver? That's kind of how it works. So it won't surprise you to hear that I will not be supporting the amendment, and I will be supporting the original budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cremoyson. Councillor Kern.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I kind of speak with frustration right now, if I'm completely honest, because we get told that you want collaboration and you want ideas. We put them forward and they get pushed back in a negative tone. And then you may laugh, Councillor Lenny, which is all you seem to tend to do here when anyone ever tries to speak, and you've done that to me on more than one occasion. Earlier, we asked the question of where would those potential extra funds on the climate emergency be spent, because we're very keen on trying to make a difference. Having spoken to my Green colleague, no answers were put forward. We're trying to put forward ideas here. We're trying to put forward suggestions. No administration is perfect, and it does frustrate me that we're not focusing on our job in hand here for the residents of Winchester, and all the time we want to try and score political points. Yes, mistakes are being made across the country, but actually we have a job to do here in Winchester and a job to do for our residents. We've got reserves, our residents are desperate for support here, so let's maybe try and work collaboratively like we keep getting told that we're meant to be, and actually when we put ideas forward, we focus on them and trying to find some positives and come up with a solution instead of just putting them down every time.
Thank you, Councillor Kern. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I just seek some clarification? and do correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that we had a £2 million windfall from the government from when we made our original budget, and so we have extra funds that have come our way that we had not anticipated, and we can decide what we do with those. That's our choice, and what a blessing that we have that extra money. In good practice, this group went to the 151 officer and sought confirmation that the numbers that we're giving to you tonight were properly reviewed, were acceptable, and we did not table them without the 151's acceptance of that. And again, if that's not correct, please let me know. We've heard already this evening that in the HRA debate, we had 800 people who came forward regarding the Retrofit Ready programme. We know we're going to have 800 sets of data, and we'll have to review that data and recommend changes for those people. We know we have insufficient staff currently to conduct that work. It cannot be done at the pace that was indicated tonight. So staff coming into the climate change team could help our own council tenants, but also tenants who don't have access to that, who haven't had that offer, who are in the private sector, who might actually need assistance. Wouldn't it be wonderful to actually not mislead residents by saying that climate change is a top priority, but actually to put some of that money into individuals who can make a difference to our residents across the district? Unfortunately, the portfolio holder has been unable to quantify the investment in climate change tonight. We've been advised in various speeches that a roadmap is coming, a plan is coming. Actually, this amendment talks about making real change with feet on the ground immediately to help our residents. Many years ago, we used to have business advisors helping the market towns, and there's been a lot of fuss made about money going back to the market towns. But wouldn't it be excellent to have individuals working with our town councils and our locally elected representatives to actually deliver what those communities actually want from a business and commercial point of view? We say we want economic growth, we say we want improvement, but then we turn down the offer of extra help, all of which we have the money for and we could afford, given that wonderful windfall we had. And there is note made this evening about, actually it's all very well having the people, but what can they spend? But we have lots of pockets of money in our budget presented to us this evening that could be used to do good works. Because we have the right amount of resource, we would be able to move forward on that. We've also sought to try and think of some ways to put money effectively back into the pockets of our hard-pressed residents. We've talked a lot today, particularly in the HRA budget, about those pockets of money for those who are struggling and how we're trying to help. And this was some small effort to try and give money back to those who may be actually quite marginalised on some of these activities. So, Madam Mayor, we bring it in a positive sense, actually spending money on things that our residents tell us that they want, actually trying to use our resources effectively for that rainy day that is upon us. Everyone says now is a really difficult time. So why wouldn't we actually take that money positively and use it to best effect? So I hope, Madam Mayor, I've sought to clarify a couple of points of detail, which some councillors have questioned. If that isn't correct, please put me right. And I hope that people will take this in the positive spirit of trying to achieve some of the elements of the council plan that others in this chamber have told us they're so passionate about. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm standing here feeling a sense of this talk of collaboration, this talk about playing politics. I think, as Councillor Cutler mentioned, there has been ample opportunity to present this amended budget, to question this in scrutiny. We have an entire process that is designed to scrutinise and question budgets and bring up questions, and yet nothing was done. Instead, we have this political game of presenting this at the end of questions and debate every year, giving us no time to prepare properly, and and ensuring that instead you stand there being political. And it really is unfair, and it is frustrating, not just to us, but to the residents. Because if you want a budget and you want to amend it, you need to present it properly, you need to do it through the proper channels, and not just at the last minute like you have tonight. And I'm sorry, it really has made me very angry.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Tippett-Cooper.
My point is just to follow on, and it is just a plea. I think if you asked any single person in Winchester district, can you expect any organisation, any business, to spend £2 million with 20 minutes of consideration, of deliberation, to the majority of decision makers? They would think that is insanity, because it is. As everybody has said, there's been months to put these ideas forwards, months to collaborate and work on things. So it's just a plea for next year. Can we not be here at 10:30, whatever time it is now, whatever time we're going to be here to? If you've got ideas, put them forward much earlier. Give us much more time to consider, rather than trying to spend £2 million in 20 minutes of consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Tippett-Cooper. If I have... Oh, Councillor Archwell.
Could we please now vote on the amendment?
I'm sorry?
Can we vote on the amendment now, please?
Not quite yet, I'm afraid, because I have to give the right of Councillor Bolton as seconder of the amendment to speak, sir. So would you like to now? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to second the amendment proposed by Councillor Godfrey. This is another first for me, being introduced to the truly bewildering world of council's finances, and in particular the budgeting process. I should like to thank Councillor Godfrey, along with Liz Keys and her team, who have scrutinised this before this meeting quite closely, for their patience in explaining some of the headline machinations of public finance accounting and answering my stupid questions while remaining polite and not giving away what they were really thinking. When Councillor Godfrey first asked me what I thought of the general fund budget, I had two main reflections. Firstly, it read like an exercise in rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. There appears to be a complete lack of urgent concern around a mid-term financial strategy that shows from 2025 multi-million-pound shortfalls in the general fund. And secondly, why was there all this ferreting away of council tax funds into reserves for a rainy day? Granted, this is probably not the sort of rainy day you had in mind. It's much worse. Need I remind you, we are still in the midst of a 1 in 100 year, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. 1 in a 100 year pandemic, a war in Europe, and an energy crisis leading to a cost of living crisis. Oh, and not to forget, a climate emergency. How bad does it need to get before you sit up, smell the coffee, and act rather than talk about it and waste time proposing or supporting more pointless motions that are designed to grab headlines but actually achieve nothing? The general fund is heading for catastrophe and needs the strategic review promised urgently to bring the underlying spend into better shape. What is proposed as savings is tinkering at the edges and clearly has no substantial longer-term impact on the numbers. Rather than more ferreting away and dither and delay, Councillor Godfrey's amendment recognises that even if it's not raining in your version of the world, we on the opposing benches recognise that many residents and businesses in our district are struggling and need sound practical help. We believe that our residents know how to spend their money best and are more efficient at doing so rather than allowing their inflation-ravaged income to be taxed even more, then washed through local government bureaucracy and ferreted away in reserves, further delaying its productive use. That is why we want to refund part of their council's taxes and freeze the charges paid by many residents for council services. Taxpayers' priorities are our priorities. What Councillor Godfrey proposes with business and climate advisors will help kickstart activity within the council where currently little exists. By interrogating businesses and communities across the district, they will produce practical and beneficial schemes to stimulate growth and help residents and businesses reduce their carbon footprint today, not one day. Like the Carbon Neutrality Action Plan that is yet to materialise, no more delay while you agree a shiny brochure for an announcement in a year's time when it's too late. I second this amendment and urge you all to do the right thing and support it, in the knowledge that this will bring practical benefits to our residents and businesses and help them navigate the multiple crises they face, contributing positively to their survival chances in an uncertain world. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Before I go to the vote on the amendment, I just need to ask Councillor Power, as proposer of the original motion, do you wish to make any response at this present time before we go to the vote?
I think points have been very well made, Madam Mayor, and I feel no need to add anything else. Thank you.
Here we then go to the vote, please, on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please.
Point of order. I believe as this is on the budget debate, that a recorded vote is required.
You'd like a recorded vote?
Correct.
Do I have... Sorry, Mrs Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to the amendment needs to just be voted upon. Then if it is carried, it will go in with the other 1 to 6 and it will be part of that recorded vote. So, thank you.
So we can vote on the amendment by raise of hands then. Is that correct? Yes?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So those in favour of the amendment put this evening, please raise your hands. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you so much. Then that is lost. The amendment is lost, ladies and gentlemen. So now I'm going to return to the main recommendation and I'm going to ask Councillor Todd as seconder if he would like to speak at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was in this chamber earlier today when the Conservative administration at Hampshire increased council tax by the largest cash amount ever in the county council's history, £69.33, and also announced further funding gap of £132 million, and the genuine risk that the county council will not be financially sustainable within 2 years. Now, to be fair, county councillors on both sides of the chamber, all sides of the chamber, were absolutely clear that the responsibility for this situation sits clearly with members of Parliament and ministers in London and their failed financial management and their failure to fund local government properly. But let's be clear, being financially, I am genuinely disappointed that the Conservative group can look at being financially unsustainable within 2 years and seem to see that as a goal to aim for rather than something to avoid. Earlier, you talked about a rainy day. Councillor Bolton talked about a rainy day that is due to come. Yes, the outward prospects are not good, but the response can't be unfunded tax cuts, raiding reserves, and literally having nothing in your amendment that does anything to tackle that problem, if anything, making it worse. We're in a better position than the county here tonight. A disciplined approach to financial management after 2019 has put this council's finances on a sound footing and enabled us to be in a position to put forward a positive vision for our district, talking about how we will go greener faster, accelerate our rate of recycling, invest in pride and place, fund our regeneration programs, support the cost of living. Priorities that residents support with thought-through plans and a clear way forward that goes alongside them. The Conservative group here tonight has talked a big game on council tax. But let's just be clear about who's increasing council tax this year. County Council, £69.33 on Band D. Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, £15. We have kept our council tax increase down to £4 a year on Band D. £4 a year. So I think about 8p a week. The third lowest increase in Hampshire. Most Conservative authorities, districts, increasing their council tax by more than us. Earlier, we had a lecture on the savings programme by the Conservatives, who left us a £19 million hole in our finances with no plan to address it. But we have a plan. It was laid out in the medium-term financial strategy in October, and this plan, this budget, puts funding into making it happen. And we've done this in an increasingly uncertain funding environment. The last-minute changes from government that we keep hearing about. No long-term settlement. No fair funding formula. This crazy bid-dependent system on local government funding where Hampshire can put forward a proposal for a bus plan that I think all of us would recognise we need and get nothing. And then dither and delay by the Conservatives nationally on important potential new sources of funding, such as those planned for waste. And we've put forward a plan and we've run this council in a way that is already helping our district thrive, with high footfall on our high streets, low unemployment, a third lower than the South East average. And it's happened in the face of complete Conservative mismanagement of the economy, the incompetence of Trussonomics, the disaster of Brexit, higher interest rates, higher inflation, a cost of living crisis, and now no fruit and vegetables in the shops. A complete failure of national government. The medium-term financial strategy is very clear about the list of programs that we are working on in order to find long-term savings. It isn't going to be easy, it isn't going to be straightforward, but we're doing it in a way that gives us the space to put forward and fulfill the clear priorities that we lay out in our council plan. A positive vision for the future, cutting carbon, investing in our places, in our city and market towns, supporting people facing the cost of living crisis, and ensuring that we have council finances that are fit for the future through taking the hard choices and running the savings programs outlined in the budget and in the medium-term financial strategy. Council, we have a positive way forward put in front of you tonight. We have a thought-through plan. We have a plan that sets a vision for the future, doesn't make cheap, unfunded promises, and will put this council and this district and the people of this district in a better position as a result of you passing this budget tonight. So therefore, I do ask you all, please support the motion unamended, and thank you for not amending it. Support the budget back us, and we will continue to work for a better future for the Winchester district and the people who live here.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Power, do you wish to sum up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those savings will be delivered in the medium-term financial strategy. We don't have a choice. They have to be, and all officers are very much aware of that. The rainy day that Councillor Bolton referred to, that is coming year on year. There is no certainty of future government funding, and we have to take that into account. And I'm very distressed that Councillor Godfrey wants to impose honeycomb blinds on the most needy members of our community. They don't look very attractive to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Mrs Evans, over to you now, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I should say. As I already mentioned earlier, please can I remind the Council that a recorded vote is now required to be taken. Members, we are now voting on recommendations 1 to 6 of the recommended minute of Cabinet on pages 4 to 5 of your agenda pack. These are the budget items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Evans. So, as required by regulations, please can I now put recommendations 1 through to 6 in the recommended minute to a recorded vote. Mr Blakemore will call out your names and note each vote. So will you please indicate clearly if you are voting in favour, against or abstaining? Thank you. Mr Blakemore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members. If I could just remind you to use your microphones when I call your name. Councillor Atchwell.
Agree.
Councillor Batho.
4.
Councillor Becker.
4.
Councillor Bolton.
Abstain.
Councillor Brooke.
Abstain.
Councillor Clear.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Cremoisen.
4. 4.
Councillor Krask.
4.
Councillor Cunningham.
Abstain.
Councillor Cutler.
4.
Councillor Edwards.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Godfrey.
Abstain.
Councillor Gordon-Smith.
4.
Councillor Horrell.
Abstain.
Councillor Isaacs.
Abstain.
Councillor Kern.
Abstain.
Councillor Laming.
4.
Councillor Lerney.
4.
Councillor Lumby. Councillor Miller.
Abstain.
Councillor Pearson.
Abstain.
Councillor Porter.
4.
Councillor Power.
4.
Councillor Reid. Councillor Rutter.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Small.
4.
Councillor Thompson.
4.
Councillor Tippett Cooper.
4.
Councillor Todd.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Warwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Westwood.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Thank you, members.
Blakemoor. That is carried. And now Mrs Evans, over to you, please. Carried, the recommendations through 1 through to 6. Mrs Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, as a reminder, we are now voting on recommendations 7 through to 11 on the recommended minute of Cabinet of page 5 of your agenda pack. These are the council tax items. I think it's important just to remind the meeting that Councillor Thompson did not vote and didn't reserve her right to vote with regard to recommendation 3A, as she pointed out at the, 3C, put my glasses on, 3C, as she mentioned and disclosed at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Evans. So once again, recommendations 7 through to 11 in the recommended minute to recorded vote. Mr Blakemore will call out your names and note each vote again. So if you could please indicate if you're in favour, against or abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Atchwell.
4.
Councillor Batho.
4.
Councillor Becker.
4.
Councillor Bolton.
4.
Councillor Brooke.
4.
Councillor Clear.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Cremoisen.
4.
Councillor Krask.
4.
Councillor Cunningham.
4.
Councillor Cutler.
4.
Councillor Edwards.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4, sorry.
Councillor Godfrey.
4.
Councillor Gordon-Smith.
4.
Councillor Horrell.
4.
Councillor Isaacs.
4.
Councillor Kern.
4.
Councillor Laming.
4.
Councillor Lerney.
4.
Councillor Lumby. Councillor Miller.
4.
Councillor Pearson.
4.
Councillor Porter.
4.
Councillor Power.
4.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Rutter.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Small.
4.
Councillor Thompson.
4.
Councillor Tippett Cooper.
4.
Councillor Todd.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Warwick.
4.
Councillor Westwood.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Thank you, members. Madam Mayor, the vote is carried. That's everyone present has voted in favour.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr
Mayor.
Blakemore. So, yeah, recommendations 7 through to 11 carried. So, Mrs Evans, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, Council is now required to consider the Council Tax Resolution for 2023 to 24, which you will find on pages 105 to 111. This includes 2 annexes for your information and will be found in the agenda pack. Again, a recorded vote is now required to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Council Tax Resolution 2324 on pages 105 to 108 of your agenda pack to a recorded vote, as is required by regulations. So, Mr Blakemore will once again call your name, and if you could indicate in favour, against or abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Atchwell.
4.
Councillor Batho.
4.
Councillor Becker.
4.
Councillor Bolton.
4.
Councillor Brooke.
4.
Councillor Clear.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Cremoisen.
4.
Councillor Krask.
4.
Councillor Cunningham.
4.
Councillor Cutler.
4.
Councillor Edwards.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Godfrey.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon-Smith.
4.
Councillor Horrell.
4.
Councillor Isaacs.
4.
Councillor Kern.
4.
Councillor Laming.
4.
Councillor Lerney.
4.
Councillor Lumby. Councillor Miller.
4.
Councillor Pearson.
4.
Councillor Porter.
4.
Councillor Power.
4.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Rutter.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Small.
4.
Councillor Thompson.
4.
Councillor Tippett Cooper.
4.
Councillor Todd.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Warwick.
4.
Councillor Westwood.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Thank you, members. That vote is carried. All members present voted in favour of the council tax resolution. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. So I'm going to move on then to agenda item 9 is consideration and determination of the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 9th of February 2023 regarding the capital investment strategy 22 to 2032. Mrs. Evans, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we've moved on to agenda item 9. And this is recommended minute of Cabinet of the 9th of February 2023 regarding the capital investment strategy of years 2022 to 2032. The draft minute of the Cabinet meeting will be found on pages 113 to 114 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3389 refers, and this is included in your agenda pack on pages 115 to 160. The report's recommendations are for Council to agree the capital investment strategy, including the specifics as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. Councillor Power, would you move the recommendations in report CAB 3389 and the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Councillor
And I'd
Todd.
like to reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, sir. I will now go to questions then, please. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Power, I've done it again to you. Sorry. Could you introduce the paper, please? Thank you.
I applaud your moves to make the budget meeting quicker, Madam Mayor. This report sets out the capital spending programme and the principles that underpin this to deliver the outcomes defined in the council plan. It details the overall programme for the next 10 years, how that's financed, the governance, the appetite for risk, and the impact on the medium-term financial strategy. The total is 470 million over 10 years, 37.4 of that from the General Fund, 432.6 million from the HRA. Key projects and changes to the programme are detailed in the report, as are the approval processes and the project management protocols. I'm happy to take any questions. We are required, I do need to add, Madam Mayor, the capital programme is shown by project, those that are approved for spend and those that are subject to appraisal, and the prudential indicators required by SIPFA and DLUP. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. We will now take questions. Thank you. Councillor Godfrey, thank you.
I've got nothing else to do tonight, sorry. Councillor Power, am I correct in thinking that all the items on the capital programme, both the approved and those subject to appraisal, none of them will, when delivered, increase or even retain the value of the underlying asset or generate any revenue income, any revenue as a result of the capital investment. And if that is the case, how does the capital investment programme fund itself if all we're doing is spending money?
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Power.
We expect an income, Madam Mayor, for most of those items. Without going through the list in detail, there may be some that purely provide a community benefit, but we quantify that as we bring each project forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Warwick. I'll come back to you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Warwick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Power. There's some really good projects listed in this capital programme, particularly relating to the General Fund, Friarsgate, the City Offices, the Weirs, the Leisure Centre and the King George V playing fields as initial examples. But can I just ask you what percentage of this capital expenditure sits within the City of Winchester and how much of it sits within the rest of the district? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Power.
Councillor Warwick, I am sorry, I would have to do further work on that and come back to you, which I will do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful for the portfolio holder's previous response. However, I wonder if she could then further explain which of the programmes will then contribute to the graph on 11.4.2 in the paper, which deals with the General Fund Capital Programme revenue consequences, where we would see the revenue stream that you referred to. And which of those capital items will contribute to the lines on that graph?
Thank you. Councillor Power.
Madam Mayor, there is an enormous spreadsheet underlying this very simple graph that we see before us. It is based on known projects, unquantified projects, likelihoods, risks, and other factors. I have been reassured by the accounts staff that that has been reviewed not only by the Section 151 officer, but also Arlene Close and Treasury Management, so that our assumptions are valid. I take reassurance from that, and I'm very glad that we have professional accounts staff looking at the underlying work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Any more questions? Then I will move. Yes. Councillor Horrell, thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you. When we left office in 2019, the St Clement's Planning Permission had been granted. The monies confirmed to demolish Friarsgate Surgery, and the plans for the depot were set. And yet we've seen no action on any of these projects in the last 4 years. Could I ask the portfolio holder, please, to update us on those items and why 4 years later we're still waiting? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Power.
Madam Mayor, I refer this question to the leader, who is totally on top of these matters.
Councillor Todd.
I'm very happy to answer that question. Well, I've got good news for you, which is, I mean, I don't know if you want to come along, but I'm going to the Silver Trowel event for the St Clement's surgery in only a couple of weeks. And indeed, one of the things that I'm a great believer in doing is delivering things through to delivery and closure. And that's a good example of where a lot of steps have been put in place, but the actual steps needed to get it over the line and get it happening and drive it through to completion hadn't been taken. And I can assure you that other projects are getting similar attention. Dare I ask, just referring back to some of the other questions that have been asked about revenue generation and what leads to the change in, I think, what was it, 11.4.2. An obvious thing is that we're driving ahead with the depot project. We've got a clear vision for the way forward. And when we achieve either revenue or capital receipt for that, it will make a major impact in terms of the graph that you have highlighted there. Similarly, investments like solar PV will generate income and revenue. And central Winchester regeneration, not a topic we're going to talk about in depth today. We have lots of opportunity for scrutiny and other things coming forward, is very clear about the importance of delivering a revenue from that side. It's important also, if you look at a lot of our investments, they're necessary to maintain revenue. A clear example is the investment in car parks. You know, if we don't invest in order to fix the air pump for the Brooks Centre car park, then we will have to close the Brooks Centre car park. So there are investments there that are needed in order to ensure an ongoing revenue picture. And I'm sure either myself or Councillor Powell will be very happy to take you through those in more detail as needed.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Horrell, did you want to come back?
I did, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor. Thank you. It's interesting to me that most of us as councillors are not aware of the St Clement's event. How lovely to be invited. And I think in the spirit that we all as councillors supported the development of a new medical centre for the city to be fit for purpose, wouldn't it have been great for all of us to be made aware? And certainly, most of us haven't heard the follow-up on the depot project, which was consulted on, which you're saying is ready to go. As councillors on important assets, I think we all should have the transparency of what is happening to our funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. I have no more... Oh, okay.
I can provide some clarity on that. I think we probably assumed that since the Conservative Member of Parliament had been invited, he might have told you, but I can ask him why he didn't when I see him tomorrow. I will make sure that those that have been involved in the project are invited along for breaking of ground. At the moment, it's still in the stage of can you reserve this particular time, and the invites have not been issued.
Thank you. I am now moving into debate. Debate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful to Councillor Todd for answering me the question on 11.4.2, because that is the only positive impact on the revenue, is that there will be a sale, and that will lead to a capital receipt, which will benefit the general fund positively. All the other capital programme items, both approved and waiting subject to appraisal, have no positive impact on the general fund revenue. There is no return on their investment. We are spending money and not replacing it. We need to understand where this money is going to come from, so that we can continue to invest for the benefit of our residents and make sure that the capital programme has a future, because without just selling off our assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Any more for debate? Oh, Councillor Cutler, thank you.
Yes, I'd just like to come back on Councillor Godfrey's comment, because he clearly didn't hear what Councillor Todd pointed out, that there are times when maintaining and improving assets prevents a negative effect on revenue. So that in itself is a return. It has to be done. I don't know which magical world Councillor Godfrey lives in, where assets last forever without money spent on them.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Councillor Porter, thank you.
Thank you. I just thought it would be a good idea just to talk about the GIS 3D mapping tool. The progress of digitisation of planning is rapid, but in order to make sure that we do the job properly, we have allocated some money here for improvements in planning. There are 2 or 3 aspects of that, but one is about making sure that the validation process for a planning application is increasingly digitised. So that is part of the work, but also there's a lot of work being done right across the country looking at digitisation to give you more of a 3D view of what your community looks like, and particularly as new planning applications are placed in them. We're treating this cautiously. It's a bit like buying the first edition of a car. You know, it's never quite the one you actually think is going to be the perfect one. There's an emerging technology here that we need to investigate, and that's part of what this work is about. But also the other one is just sheerly getting the digitisation of the early stages of planning absolutely right. They're not grand, they don't look amazing, you can't open them with a silver spade, but it should make it better for our residents and more efficient for our council.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Things such as repairs and maintenance aren't really part of a capital budget. They are just an ongoing expenditure in the real world. I mean, this is just bizarre to include them in the capital budget in its strange way of accounting.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Any more, ladies and gentlemen, for debate? If Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 74% of residents agreed that the council should maximise use of its assets when asked in the recent finance survey. But when we look at the capital plan, the out years, the significant projects simply don't exist. There are some great things there, but we're not really looking to move forward. We seem to be always kicking the can down the road, many projects rolling forward over several years. Even when residents tell us wholeheartedly what they want, Central Winchester SPD being one of those, I only hope that in the next week or two we can come to a decision on Central Winchester some 5 years from when the SPD was initially signed off by everyone. I'm not sure you can disagree with the capital plan because it isn't really motivating for us and actually does not tell us that we're using our assets wisely. In fact, many assets stand empty, not being used, not even for good sort of general charitable efforts, even if we're not making huge monies from them. They're standing idle. And that isn't a good use of our asset base. And it's certainly not what the residents are asking of us. We've had a huge debate over recent weeks about the public loos and actually just putting the money into renovating those and actually doing good works. It keeps coming back as an issue that people care about. A good example of something that would be highly motivating that we could put some cash into. I accept the way our accounts work. You can't put it in until it's been through the appraisal system. I look to the 151 who's nodding at me. But nonetheless, I think we have many missed opportunities as a council. We are a wealthy council compared with many, and we're certainly not overburdened by some of the asset purchases that councils like Eastleigh have put their residents through. So I hope that we can encourage the administration to look more proactively at our asset base that we're very lucky to have, to look more positively at the capital plan and the opportunities that we have going forward. And I'm sorry to say that this is really rather unmotivating, Madam Mayor, and really not what we would expect of a council that wants to see its economy grow and its residents benefit. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. I will at this stage then ask Councillor Todd as seconder if he would like to speak before I ask Councillor Power to sum up.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. Once again, we've brought forward a capital programme that reflects our priorities and reflects what we want to see happening. And one area that we didn't talk about, because there's an important way of delivering a financial return, which I was expecting Councillor Godfrey's ears to pick up at this point. No, so one of the things that we're putting in place, and we're doing a review across all our buildings, is a proper energy management system, something that is a capital investment. where we're looking to make sure that for every building we have, on a real-time basis, we understand how much electricity they're using, how much gas they're using, how much electricity they're generating, how much water they're using, gives us an absolute view of how they're performing, helps us prioritize investments, helps us identify ways to cut cost and reduce energy bills, which, as we know, is a very good way of generating a financial return. Some of the comments that we've heard, I confess I don't really recognise. Talk about assets standing idle, and I thought for a minute you might be confusing us with Hampshire County Council, who have lots of empty buildings at the top of the high street, or possibly even Surrey County Council, also run by the Conservatives, who have Debenhams standing empty in the middle of the high street. And Debenhams makes me think of the kind of investments that Councillor Godfrey has always been very keen for us to pursue, the sort of pursuit of investment. One of the weird things, and this will be something that people who have held the asset management portfolio will recognise, is the way in which random councils from around the country turn up and overpay for assets in the middle of the high street. And we all look on, wondering where on earth they found the money when they pay £5 or £10 million more for a building in the middle of Winchester High Street than we would have been able to justify financially. And we don't want to be one of those councils. We don't want to be a Woking style splashing the cash. No, I disagree. You've mentioned Eastleigh. Well, first of all, Eastleigh is in an infinitely better financial position than places like Woking. But where it has invested is it's invested in its own district, and it has found things to invest in that deliver a strong return. So, so we have a positive plan here. Despite what you've heard, it is one that will generate revenue in part, savings in part, but also deliver against the wider social and environmental benefits that you would expect us to be delivering against in a council capital programme. We make no apology for improving sports facilities across the district. We make no apology for cutting carbon, investing to cut carbon across the district. We make no apology for any of those things. We obviously are mindful of finances, and that is one of the things that we've carefully planning to review in further detail to make sure that we're phasing our spending, particularly since interest rates have gone through the roof, managing our finances in a way that's appropriate for the future. This is a well thought through, properly put together plan that reflects our priorities. I'm very grateful to the officers who've worked to put it in place. And
6 of the agenda pack to the vote. Please, may I see a show of hands? All those in favour, please. Thank you. So recommended minute of Cabinet is set out on page 6 is agreed. Oh, I'm sorry. All those against, we've got to ask, and I didn't. Against? Abstentions? Sorry, I didn't ask. I apologise. Thank you so much. That's carried then, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm moving on to agenda item 10 is consideration and determination of the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 9th of February 2023 regarding the Treasury Management Strategy 23-24. Mrs. Evans, please, would you introduce?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 10 is the recommended minute of Cabinet of the 9th of February 2023 regarding the Treasury Management Strategy of 2023 to 24. The draft minute of the Cabinet meeting is found on page 161 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3390 refers, and this is included in your agenda pack on pages 163 to 192. The report's recommendations are for Council to agree the Treasury Management Strategy, including the specifics as set out in the recommendation minute and within the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Evans. Councillor Power, would you move the recommendations in report CAB 3390 and recommended minute of Cabinet?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Todd?
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Cutler. if you
Oh,
wanted to
thank
go.
you. Councillor
Yes.
Cotler, do you reserve your right to speak?
I reserve my right to speak, but I hope I don't have to use it.
Thank you so much, sir. To introduce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a requirement of SIPFA that all councils approve a Treasury management strategy. I'm grateful for the input from Hampshire County Council Investments and Borrowing Team, who manage our finances, investments and sources of short-term borrowing, and Arling Close, the Council's Treasury advisors. There are only 2 changes this year. One is to increase the limit on investments beyond 1 year from 20 million to 25 million to give us more flexibility and possibly give higher yields, and also to allow community municipal bonds as a potential source of borrowing, the lenders being the general public. I anticipate universal support again, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Questions, ladies and gentlemen? Debate, ladies and gentlemen. There's no debate, so I will ask Councillor Cutler if he would like to, to say anything, Councillor Cutler. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the Treasury Management Strategy is one of those things that gets quite closely looked at scrutiny and within the Audit and Governance Committee. Given that the vast majority of the advice comes to us from Arling Close and from the Hampshire County Council Management Team, there are very few changes to the Treasury Management Strategy as outlined by Councillor Power. I would urge Council to adopt the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Councillor Power, do you wish to say more, please?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
So please can I put the recommended minute of Cabinet as set out on page 6 of the agenda to the vote? All those in favour, please. Nope, that's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. I am now moving on to changes, agenda item 11, changes to committee memberships. Mrs Evans, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been notified of the following changes to the memberships of committee, and it is a requirement of the Council's constitution that I report these to full Council. For the Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Cook is to be replaced by Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Miller is to replace Councillor Godfrey as Deputy Member. For the Health and Environment Policy Committee, Councillor Cook is to be replaced by Councillor Bolton, and Councillor Brooke is to replace Councillor Bolton as Deputy Member. Also for the Health and Environment Policy Committee, Councillor Clear is to be replaced by Councillor Williams, and Councillor Cutler is to replace Councillor Williams as Deputy Member. For the Licensing and Regulation Committee, Councillor McLean is to be replaced by Councillor Reid. Also for the Licensing and Regulation Committee, Councillor Clear will no longer be a Deputy Member. For the Planning Committee, Councillor McLean is to be replaced by Councillor Cunningham, and Councillor Horrell and Councillor Brooke are to replace Councillors Cook and Cunningham as Deputy Members. Also for the Planning Committee, Councillor Clear is to be replaced by Councillor Atwell, and Councillor Cutler is to replace Councillor Atwell as Deputy Member. For the Joint West of Waterloo Planning Committee, Councillor McLean is to be replaced by Councillor Pearson. Also for the Joint West of Waterlooville Planning Committee, Councillor Clear is to be replaced by Councillor Rutter, and Councillor Westwood will replace Councillor Rutter as Deputy Member. I have one more amendment, one more change. For Business and Housing Policy Committee, Councillor Horrell will replace Councillor Scott and Councillor Kern to be a deputy member. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. Right, I'm now moving on to agenda item 7, questions from members of council. You have your copies of questions and answers. A reminder that our procedure is that only the questionnaire is able to ask one supplementary question and should indicate accordingly. And members are reminded that our procedural rules allow a total time and will not exceed 30 minutes, especially at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm going to question number 1. Councillor Brooke, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Portfolio Holder, for your response and for being open and transparent with the figures, and also for giving examples on the following page of your response. I know we discussed in detail about how to encourage parishes perhaps to come up with some larger projects and some collaboration and things. So I wondered if perhaps it might be useful, with your agreement, if you could look into something where we could put together perhaps a cross-party group with a couple of parish councils as nominated by HALC or some such, to discuss how to communicate that better with the parish councils to encourage the big projects to come forward so we can spend that money effectively across the district.
Thank you. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. And I'm just going to show everybody the page, because if you go to Winchester City Council and Planning, and then it's got SIL, and you can all look at this page, and it's got all the things you need, and it's got everything parishes need. I just thought I'd mention that right here. And it also includes the infrastructure funding statements for every year, so you can see what money has been spent, and you can also see what's money's collected by development. So the figures there, we've done our best to take it by ward, but as you know, Councillor Brooke, they're actually done by parish. So we've tried to make sure that those are as accurate as they can be. Julie Pinnock and I went to the Winchester District Association of Parish Councils recent meeting about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we made presentations. She made a presentation on enforcement, and I got the nice one. I got the SIL conversation. So I made a presentation on SIL. I made a small presentation with slides, and I delivered that out to them. So I'm very happy as part of the Working Party for us to continue to press the parishes to think constructively about what they need, because it is really something that needs a bit of thought from everybody. I think we both agree. And I was really appreciative of the time you spent with us on the Working Party, and the minutes of that are coming out very soon, and we'll be reporting on that briefly at HEP next week, and then there'll be further work on that at the Cabinet meeting on the 16th of March, which we're hoping to share with the Working Party before it goes to that meeting. So yes, very happy to keep pressing to the whole community. I've been looking at other districts spend for SIL, and they aren't spending it either at the rate we really ought to be spending it. And we've also had conversations with the County Council, because as you remember, we stopped providing money to the County Council because we felt it wasn't being spent. So we're renewing those conversations again to see if we can find ways of doing that in a rather more constructive way. So we think of it as a very definite capital budget programme, and we really want to see that spent. So yes, very happy to do that. North and south approach might be good. We'll pincer in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Question 2, Councillor Rutter. Thank you.
No supplementary, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutter. Question 3, Councillor Kern.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the portfolio holder for their reply. And I'm delighted to hear that the importance of this historic event will be marked properly in our town centre this time round. I look forward, as I'm sure many residents will, in seeing our historic city celebrate the coronation of King Charles III, as history is so important, not only to our residents, but also to the visitors of our great city. May I ask as well that we also light the cathedral and clock tower accordingly and fly the Union flag above our buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we will be lighting up the clock tower. We hope to have 2 projections on either side of the Guildhall with the insignia that's been, it's on our website, it's been released by the Palace, the one, you know, the sort of crown one that they want everyone to use. We will also be dressing the balcony with swags, and we are, well, we've got costings for all of those things. We're having conversations with Winchester Bid to help us with the cost of dressing the high street. As you probably know, we've spoken to our market towns. We're providing them with a grant to actually put on events in relation to the coronation. And of course, we've also got a small grant scheme for other just local groups if they wish to put on a street party, etc. There is some funding available for that. We've asked residents to get their requests for road closures in sooner rather than later, and we've kept the website all up to date, and all the information is on there if they wish to find out more about everything that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going now to question 5, Councillor Warwick. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the portfolio holder for your response. I'm really pleased to see that data has been corrected from the 2021 figures. That's really good. Can I just ask what discount is available to those of our residents who would normally be eligible for a council tax reduction? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Looney.
The bulky waste service is provided by BIFA, and I'm not aware of any discounts available to residents. However, this is definitely something which, now it's been brought to my attention, I think we should consider. So maybe if we could have a conversation about that outside this meeting, then we can look into it.
Thank you. Question 6, Councillor Laming.
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 7, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I do thank the portfolio holder for the reply to my question, but I stand here before you in this chamber extremely concerned that we have a contractor known as Everyone Active, and they still have a policy apparently within their business and their company that they don't allow the taking of cash. So my question still is, and you have said that at the next meeting it will be asked again, I would like to think that that question will be asked before then, and we have a suitable reply and the arrangements are made for that facility not to discriminate people, because there are people, there are fellow councillors in this chamber tonight who have actually brought those points to that advisory board, and still we have a facility that does not take cash. It is not right. So I ask you as a portfolio holder to really press that point. It's not acceptable, and I would like us to find out prior to that advisory board meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Thompson, did you?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Cook, for your supplementary. I think if you read my response, it does say that we have asked for an answer before the next advisory board meeting. And certainly we do want our leisure centre to be as accessible to all as it possibly can. And I have got a number of ideas as to how we might get round Everyone Active's policy of no cash, and certainly it's something that officers are being tasked to look into, and as soon as we have a response and we are able to make an announcement, we will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 8, Councillor Cutler.
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Question 9, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations on your elevation yet again. I would like to thank the portfolio holder for her answers to my questions. I would note that you may consider any answer a prejudgment? Yes, it probably is. But the St John Moore Barracks has been closing over a number of years, and each time it has remained an operational site. So my concern, obviously, was the large number of proposed structures to go into that area, as to whether it would be dispersed around the parishes, or whether it was going to be still held in a very local area around St John Moore's Barracks. The concern regarding housing numbers within the parishes, unfortunately, has been slightly misread, in a sense. My intention was to pick up the concern of a parish council that has undertaken its neighbourhood plan the last time round, and there are communications, written communications from this council saying that any number of developments above the number agreed would be taken off this allocation. That has not been the case. At the moment, we find that there are 41 residential properties, but the units built before 2019 are now not being numbered in, are no longer to be counted. The LDC are classified as non-dwellings, so off the list. Could therefore the portfolio holder tell me if these said properties, which are all occupied, are paying council tax? 41 properties.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Porter?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I do know the parish you're describing, and I know it's Denmead, and they have had lots of conversations with me and then with one of our officers on this question, and they have been working through that. And you probably will have seen the emails. I don't know if you as ward councillors have seen the emails that have been going backwards and forwards between the parish and one of our officers on this. I don't know if they're already paying council tax, but we can find that out. It's not something I would normally follow through, but I can do it in this case, according to whether it's appropriate for me to know that in GDPR terms, but certainly somebody could inform us and let us know. In question to your other question, I think it comes up in my response to Councillor Horrell, the St John Moore Barracks issue, so that will be covered in a moment.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Question 10, Councillor Cremoyson.
If I could just thank the portfolio holder and the officers for the fulsome response. I will be sharing this with parish councillors and others who are interested in, and also the answer to question 1 raised by Councillor Brooks. So thank you.
Thank you. So, question 11, Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the portfolio holder for your response. My supplementary is, can the portfolio holder please advise how we can ensure the urban uplift for the Partnership for South Hampshire is not carried to the neighbouring districts, should that materialise? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Porter.
Could you just repeat what that question was again, please? Yes, I know, yes. I'm quite happy to cover it if you're not. I think actually Councillor Todd's going to answer it because he goes to the push meetings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to be absolutely clear how it works, because I touched on it on my introduction and maybe explain it in a bit more detail. So as we know that we all have this formula that tells us how many houses we should build by district, and we also have this duty to cooperate where we have to work with neighbours who maybe can prove that they can't build that number in their own district. And that's the whole thing that we're talking about, the statement of common ground, the duty to cooperate, and the discussions that are going on with the Partnership for South Hampshire. What Southampton identified. So Southampton and 19 other cities are in a slightly different situation. So they use the same formula to calculate housing need, and then the government basically adds 35% on top and says, right, in order to hit our national numbers, here's another 35% that we're putting into these 20 cities. And our local one is Southampton. It doesn't apply to Portsmouth, for example. It's called the urban uplift, and that's the 35% urban uplift. So what Southampton brought up at a recent workshop at the Partnership for South Hampshire, and I'm not breaking confidence here because we've all responded in public accordingly, was that the concern they had was that the 35% uplift, so not the formula number, which is could also, if they couldn't build enough, spill over into neighbouring authorities and therefore into the push area. So the discussion that we ended up having, which is different from the wider duty to cooperate that comes from the standard formula being applied to all the different districts and areas. So what they said was, we are going to respond to the National Planning Framework consultation that has this 35% uplift in it, and explicitly say that that 35% should not count to spill over the edge of one of those 19 or 20 cities and push up housing demand in neighbouring areas. That was their response to the National Planning Framework. What I did is actually say, well, hang on, why don't all of us in Push write in support of Southampton and say we agree with their argument, because it's not based on a need assessment, it's a formula that's just been thrown in on top. And so we believe that there are sound planning reasons to say this is not a sound basis for calculating what would in practice be the housing demand in the South Hampshire area. And effectively, I think most of the districts who were there will be responding accordingly. We're taking a united front to say, this is not sound planning principle. This is a 35% override. And it's important that the demand principle is based on assessed housing need without this extra urban uplift on top. So what we're doing is we're working with Conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrat, mixed authorities across the south to present a united front to government to say this is a bad idea for the following reasons. We've actually all borrowed the arguments that Southampton are putting forward. And certainly it's my intent, I mentioned earlier that I'm seeing the MP tomorrow, that I will also raise that with him and say, and I would ask those of you with contacts to MPs in our district that they also are asked to take a strong line on this, because it is something that there are sound planning reasons, and we're happy to share those to help anyone else who wants to make the argument why this is not a good thing to do, to have the 35% spill over. And it is quite important that we ask MPs and government not to make it part of the ongoing planning process in these particular circumstances. So I hope that's clear.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Yeah, Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, and I thank Councillor Todd for the lesson in the negotiations of national housing numbers, which I did understand. However, I think you said you can't guarantee, is that right? You can't guarantee that we won't get them. You're trying to negotiate, but the answer to my question is no, I believe. Thank you.
Question 12, Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Ernie and the officers for the reply received on the Carbon Neutrality Action Plan timetable expected in the summer. It's obviously of interest to both sides of this chamber, as we've heard today in quite detail. What are the currently identified major risks in delivering the plan, and what actions can be taken to address those risks? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loney.
Thank you. While the risks will be considerably clarified during the process of developing the new Carbon Neutrality Action Plan, the Carbon Roadmap has illustrated the range of organisations, residents and businesses that need to be involved in making a zero carbon district a reality. Clearly, all those partners, potential partners, need to be involved. I'm pleased to say that we're already seeing an increasing number of organisations and businesses falling in line with our own council's zero carbon ambitions. So, for example, South Downs National Park, IBM, both universities in our district. However, the key external risk in delivering the plan is that national government not only fails to accelerate its net zero plans over the next decade, but backtracks on those commitments already made. Internally, capacity and finance are the most significant risks. Where risks are under our control, the key mitigations are clearly to create a robust plan with clarity about resource requirements and their availability, effectively working with our partners, for example, WINAC and the County Council, to access their resources and expertise, and also to map the work being done by others so that we're not trying to complete actions ourselves, which would happen without our intervention in any case. So this is all things we're working on, but we are very conscious of the risks involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lerney. Question 13, Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the portfolio holder for a reply. I have no supplementary questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Question 14, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, because I've had some conflicting answers on this, I just wanted to double check on the... Sorry, have I jumped up in the wrong time?
No, I do apologise. I'm just saying Councillor Ferguson's not in the council, but carry on, sir. Please carry on.
Sorry, I was... it's getting late. Warmer Homes Programme. I just wanted to double check if it was being extended for both the homes that have gas and the homes that are off gas, both of them, because I've had some conflicting information on that. Thank you.
Councillor Todd.
I won't pretend to know the answer to that question, but we will give you... Can I ask Mr. Hendy to respond, maybe briefly? They are. Okay, so they are, is the answer. Sorry, your question was that are they both included? And the answer is they are.
Thank you. Question 15, Councillor Miller.
I thank the leader for his answer. I hope he's right, but that's enough resources. If not, it'll blow the budget. But thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. Question 16, Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In Councillor Ferguson's absence, I wonder if one of the portfolio holders could undertake to ask officers to contact parishes, town councils and other community organisations to remind them of the availability of the Coronation Grants Fund, so we have more than 5 taking up this opportunity to celebrate this very important occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that one. Yes, we have told the parishes, and also, as I indicated in the reply to Councillor Kern, we have actually, we're going to be giving our market town and the parish councils there a grant of £800 each to put on various events as they so choose. So we have indeed told the parishes all about this, and I'm sure they will, that they'll rise to the occasion, and I'm sure we'll all have a fantastic time over that weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 17, Councillor Bolton.
Thanks, Councillor Lerney, for your reply. It was because of Councillor Power's reference to this that got me interested in it, and it's been something that I've promoted around the parishes, and they've all been fascinated for something that I was surprised that they'd be so fascinated, actually. And I think promoting it on the website will be brilliant. And I think if we can put more of this type of scheme that is just really helpful, useful advice, I think it'd be brilliant. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 18, Councillor Lumbey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies, this will be quite slow as the voice is not cooperating. Thank you to the leader for his long reply. Fortunately, I don't need to read it out loud. Lots of good history. I'm slightly nervous because you appear to be hero worshipping Councillor Godfrey in your reply. That's not my question. That's just a comment. Look, we've done the history, but we are now crucial stage of CWR. And what I want to know is, what are you really doing now to safeguard the city's interest in regard to this project, bearing in mind the current problems with internal resources, really gone down, and the level of expenditure required to manage a project of this size and complexity? Yes, I've got to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much indeed. As far as Councillor Godfrey is concerned, I always try to look for the good in people. I just wouldn't let him anywhere near the finances. In terms of safeguarding the city's interests, and I appreciate you come from an area of considerable expertise in this area, and I will always be open to hearing your insights on these matters. We start from a very different place from where we were well, none of us were here. Actually, only one of us was here from 2004. And we have much better safeguards in place than we did before. There will obviously be full scrutiny of this at the Scrutiny Committee on Monday, and it will be fully discussed at Cabinet as well. So we start from a position of ownership of most of the site. We start from the position of having a clearly defined SPD, which is absolutely deeply baked into the process. Not just, obviously, the planning process, but also the procurement process, the development principles, the development agreement. As Claire Lloyd-Jones highlighted, we have a clarity of vision about what it is that we're trying to achieve. We have better, more transparent governance, and it is quite striking. I was rereading the 2004 development agreement, and there is almost nothing in there about governance. It is quite a shocking document when you read it, and very different, very, very different from what we have. We also have controls within the development agreement that are unrecognisable versus the previous programme. So within 6 months of any agreement being signed, there is a requirement to come back with a detailed delivery plan, and we have approval. We collectively, the council, through the governance, through the cabinet committee or cabinet or full council, depending on the decision being taken, we have approval of that, and then we have approval at other stages in the process. We have to approve the planning application as the landowner before it gets sent to the planning committee when it has to go through the approval process again. We have steps in place where release of the land is phased, dependent on planning approval and the other steps being passed through. So that we have much clearer and much more broadly defined development principles than we had before. So bizarrely, the 2004 scheme literally just said, effectively, here's a design that we're asking you to build, and we'll control it through the planning process. We have development principles that are setting forward our expectations in terms of consultation and engagement, how the archaeology will be run, how the SPD will be fulfilled, how those principles will be brought to life. That is all baked into the development principles and the process that we have going forward. And of course, and again, something that I think is better defined than we've had before, we will be going through the proper business case process as we move, as we're making our decisions within the council and deciding whether to, for example, agree the development delivery plan. So a lot more controls, a lot more democratic scrutiny, a lot more clarity up front about what it is we're trying to achieve, a lot more power in the relationship because we own the land. And so that, I think, leaves us in a position where we are able to safeguard the city's interests. There's a lot of work being done to make sure we have a clarity of vision and an understanding of those interests, and we've reflected what people have told us through the SPD process and through other consultation processes in terms of what they want this development to deliver. And all of that is baked in. So I believe we are in a good position to be able to take this area of the city that we all agree is tired, that we've been talking about collectively as an institution since the 1990s as needing redevelopment, and bring forward a scheme that addresses what people have told us, that delivers the kinds of benefits that we want to see in our city, and helps us take that part of the city and make it a great new quarter, a new part of the city, to help our city as a whole thrive and move forward into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. We have 34, 33, 32 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen. Second, sorry. Would you mind? I'm going to say, I know there's 2 questions left, but if you would agree with me, I think we'll call it a night. Is that all right? Thank you so much. May I say to you that many, many thanks, because the budget meeting is usually the big one, the longest one, but thank you for your help, your input, and thank you, officers. So that concludes the formal business for this evening. And please may I ask the officers to end the broadcast. Thank you so much.